The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnochiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com. Behold, it is I. We are back. All right. So we're doing a review now of Mage Space, who seems like a really wonderful guy, seems like an interesting creator who's got the biggest channel, I think, on Golden Dawn Magic on the internet. So we're going to check that out as requested. One of the most requested things I look at. I don't know much about him, which is always sort of the point of this. We go in clean, and I've never seen any of his videos, and yeah, they look great. He's using the Rigardi book, so he's not having AI teach him, which is probably a big bonus. And he's got some interesting plans. I have heard he's an LTC guy, but he looks also to be really into Damien Eccles, and so we like Damien Eccles, of course. Not that, yeah, I mean, not that we would, not that Damien Eccles teaches Golden Dawn Magic. He teaches aspects of it, but he learned. What can I say? Damien Eccles has very good sources for Golden Dawn Magic as well as for Thelemic and other practices. So yeah, that's all good and well and interesting. It's very interesting. The other source for, I believe this guy was told, is LTC. I'm still talking to LTC. We'll hopefully get him on for an interview soon to discuss, what the influence of his work has been. And I think we see that online, it's massive. It's massive. Probably the Kabbalah magic and the great work of transformation has had a bigger impact on current magicians than any Golden Dawn book has. And so that, of course, is worth talking about. And so we're going to talk about all of this. Okay, so we got some comments already rolling in. Good to see people. Nick Farrell was going to join. If I was going to try and do this earlier, we couldn't bring it together. But, he's here in the chat. Nick, good to see you. May the 4th be with you. I'm going to watch some Star Wars later tonight after this. So you're so Gridless is saying that Mage Space is a blend. He blend in Damien Eccles. Well, Damien Eccles is a blend. So, yeah, interesting. I mean, a lot of people today are being very syncretic in their approach, and there's strengths and weaknesses to that, and that's always worth looking at. We can often learn things or get insights from people who come. What do they call it? Beginner's luck, when you have a remarkable insight because of your lack of presuppositions about a topic. He's about to release 103 video series covering the rituals. Covering what rituals? Occultology in the house. Sup, indeed. 103 video series covering rituals. Nick Farrell says, so long as they don't recycle the same things. Well, that's a really good point. And I wish you could be here live for this, Nick, but we'll get you on the next one. There's so much to do. Now that we can live stream with this new laptop, thanks to everyone for the donations to help me get it. Big time, because this is fun. It's nice to actually be a part of the conversation as opposed to just not being part of the conversation. And this is our tradition, and we love our tradition, and it has many streams and estuaries, and we like to explore those. And sometimes things get a little wild, but that's all fun too. Nick, you say lesser banishing pentagram, middle pillar. Yeah, exactly. Those are the biggest videos, more or less, on the channel. But we're starting with a video that's called The Most Powerful Ritual That They Don't Teach Golden Dawn People, or something like that. So that'll be interesting. We'll start off with a bang for you, Nick, before you go to bed over there in Italy. Nick, of course, runs one of the most reputable orders in the Golden Dawn universe, and is of course one of the leaders of our tradition. So yeah, what else can I say, brother? Gridless says the complete Golden Dawn system of Golden Dawn Rich. He's starting, yeah. So he's doing it on Kajabi. He says, which is something you don't. That's a platform too rich even for my blood. That's something you do if you're making really good money, because it's like $300 a year to run a Kajabi site. So if he's doing the Golden Dawn rituals from Neophyte to Portal, yeah, you know, we had to expect that people are going to take the published literature and then create digital versions of it through their own interpretation, their own practice, their own experience. This is something we shouldn't be surprised by. So that's going to happen. But what we can do is see that as an invitation as opposed to any kind of attack. Why see it as an attack when you can see it as an invitation to attend a little party, a little online gathering of discussion? And that's exciting. He says it will be a complete sequential guided ritual course, 103 videos covering the full Golden Dawn system from the ground up. Guided rituals, you show up, the work gets done. Well, there isn't very many rituals in the Golden Dawn. There's certainly not 103. So that right there is what's worth exploring. I think that's an interesting thing to explore. Order of the Golden Photocopier. Nick, your humor doesn't stop, and I love it. I don't know how you developed your sense of humor, but it has been enjoyable to me since I first became aware of you over a decade ago, almost 2 decades ago. And the only reason I didn't know about you before that is because social media wasn't really big yet. And also I wasn't living in Europe. I was sometimes. I think I first contacted you when I moved up from Galway to Belfast, and I reached out because someone had told me from another order that you were in Nottingham and I should connect. And I was like, okay, I'll drop them an email. And you said, oh, you were away at that time, and this would have been the winter 2008 or 2008-9. So when the recession hit, Woolworths closed down, and it was a very dark time in the universe. Yeah, there's photocopy orders and all that stuff. There's things, but we're gonna go in always with a very positive attitude because we want to have fun, because streaming is not easy, which is why any donations or super chats really helps me keep this activity going. And if you can't afford a few bucks to become a channel member or do a super chat, like the videos, just go through a bunch of my videos, like them. It has a disproportionate beneficial effect on channels these days. So that is very useful. And if you're interested in my upcoming events, go to the arcaneresearchsociety.com. I'll be in Austin, Texas, lecturing on Qliphoth theurgy in a month, just over a month, with the great Craig Williams and Jason Louv, who are doing workshops that the title of which will be out within either today or tomorrow. And it's not on an Enochian topic. It's on whatever they want to do the workshops on. 3-hour workshops in one day live in Austin, Texas, or you can attend online. That's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a good time. And I will take you on a very interesting journey for the first 3 hours of that day in the morning. We're having very long lunch and dinner periods, like hour and a half, 2 hour longs, because a lot of people want to socialize or see the city, those who are flying in, which some people are, I'm aware of. So yeah, it's going to be great. Now let's get this party started. There was one thing I had to do, I think, first. One little clicky click. There it is. Yeah, let's check out what Mage Space has. What is...
Do you overthink? Do you find yourself placing...
What is the most powerful ritual that we're not being taught?
Placing attention on thoughts that loop around and around and around. Are you frequently replaying your past scenarios? Maybe using your memory and imagination to fantasize about how you wish you would have done things different. If this sounds like you, first off, let me say that this is not you, because we are not our thoughts. We do not generate thoughts. We are antennas. We don't create thoughts. We are the free will that chooses which thoughts we place attention on and which thoughts we want to identify with. So you are not an overthinker. There's just a lot of air in your system right now. Air represents our intellect, logical and thinking mind. If we have an imbalance of air in our systems, getting up in the morning, we might be flooded with thoughts, rumination,
Sorry, mute's on. It feels like I've started a video halfway through, but this is the beginning of the video talking about air, and I'm not sure what that has to do with the most powerful ritual, but we'll find out.
And BS we didn't let go of yesterday. This drains our energy and it makes us not want to do our day. A wonderful way to stop the morning rumination loops before they start is this. Do not think. When first rising in the morning, do not think. Don't allow the attention to drift back and forth on all the different thoughts coming and going. Just stick to the plan that was made the night before. And that's really the key, having a plan and then following it. If you clicked play, you're probably interested in ceremonial magic and the occult. For those who are new to this world, magic is essentially a spiritual path that utilizes scientific methods. Rituals were developed based on
I mean, magic is certainly debated can be part of your spirituality. It itself is not a spiritual path because it's a technology that is a component of spiritual paths. But that's not so troubling because, you know, if someone wants to say magic's my spiritual path, I mean, we know what they mean. Means they're following a spiritual path with tons of magic in it. All good. But magic isn't a spiritual path that uses scientific technology. It uses religious and spiritual technologies. And we know this because it predates modern science and any science by a long time. It is a pre-scientific technology is what you'd accurately call it.
Spiritual teachings and practices that worked. This is a channel where we talk about those rituals and learn how to do them. Many comments have been dropped asking about the order.
Yeah, you know, he says if you're thinking too much in the morning about air, you know, that you should try and not think. I mean, we know our brains are best in the morning, most elastic. The neurons are firing in the most creative ways, apparently. And certainly that's my writing time is best in the morning. It always has been the best time for me to write. When I was younger, I could do late night writing sessions all through the night in grad school, of course, but definitely my brain is most functional in the morning, and that's when I get the most done. That's why I generally get up very early. So you have more time to use your brain. Brent, good to see you, man. Is theurgy not considered a spiritual practice? Yes, of course. It's a spiritual practice. So I'm drawing a distinction, what I was saying earlier, between spiritual practices and spirituality. Spirituality is a religion, essentially, just by a different name. Religions have spiritualities in them, multiple ones, of course. Religions have sub-religions in them. That's what orders are in the Catholic Church and such. But theurgy is not... It's not its own thing. It's part of many different practices and exists in many different ways. It's not like if you said to someone, I'm a theurgist, that's not as clear as if you said I'm a Buddhist or I'm a Wiccan, right? Like we know what a Wiccan does. We know what a Buddhist does. If you say I'm a theurgist, it's like, okay, you're working with gods, presumably, but what gods? Like what more is there to it? So yeah, it is a spiritual practice, but I wouldn't call theurgy a spirituality. Nick, this guy seems to think it is bad to get up and attune yourself to the sun, which is the best thing you can do. Yeah, I'm curious about that. Let's see. Again, this is apparently called the most powerful ritual they're not teaching us in the Golden
Dawn. Of rituals and which ones to do. What's a good daily ritual routine? In this video, we establish a morning and night routine for ceremonial magicians. Welcome to Mage Space. First thing in the morning, it's tempting to start thinking and allow the attention to drift from one silly thought to the next. But because there's
that's called neuroplasticity. That's why you should think in the morning, because your brain is most flexible and able to move between thoughts. That is the number one thing you want to ride. I didn't think we'd be talking about this. I'm completely surprised by the topic I find myself delightfully drawn into here, and that's cool. But yeah, no, this is very contrary to what you would. It's crazy that I know this stuff, but I do pay a little bit of attention to the whole neuroscience developments, as we all do, I think, these days, always trying to understand given how much we're being poisoned by food and environment, we want to understand how to optimize ourselves just to be on the same baseline as humans used to be prior to all this garbage in our atmosphere and in our groceries and in our farms. Apply the hammer to your forehead. Okay, I'm not sure what that means, but I get it. You're talking like don't go full pie. The movie Pie.
Ritual routine, the rumination loops of the morning can be turned into a profound spiritual experience. Ritual. One of the side bummers about being in an overthinking state of mind is that we feel busy and drained, yet we never seem to get anything done. When we're not present, when we're thinking about what happened 5 minutes ago or last year and not thinking about what's happening right now, our manifestations, our physical actions are inefficient and ineffective. It's not all go, get stuff done, but for those who feel drained and simultaneously unproductive right now, we get more done when we stop waiting for everything to be perfect and just move. Some of the anxiety we
those are fair points, aren't they? Those are some fair points.
Have comes from things we know we ought to do, but have been avoiding. Most stress is BS, but other stress is due to the fact that we've been neglecting.
So that doesn't come from thinking too much. It comes from not focusing and following through on what you plan to do. That's not like a time management issue. Yeah, this is definitely the California dreaming style. But Nick, we're going to go with it because that's okay. Californians need this too. We want let's see how they interpret it. That's going to be good. Yeah, lack of air. I've spent a lot of my life in California, long stretches of time, and over decades. So I've got a very soft spot. Plus, Vancouver is the California of Canada. Yeah, it sounds like he's saying to focus more and not let random thoughts take over your mind. Yeah. Which doesn't, and the way to do that, you could bypass the lack of focus by short-circuiting air, banishing air, removing air from your, removing thoughtfulness by short-circuiting your brain. But if you're not using a tool correctly, like your brain, is the solution to unplug it and throw it away? Or is the solution to focus and learn how it works so that you're using it properly? Like, I'm really bad at focusing at focusing on using my broom. I have a broom in the kitchen, which obviously I use, and I usually just wait till I have to do a full mop. But I don't throw out my broom because I don't use it properly and frequently as I should. Good to see you, Danny Ocean. You're not too late. We just got going. And pass out. Yeah, Nick, you got to get that sleep, man. You got a studio to set up so that you can start streaming more with me, and we can at least Montreal is hanging on, eh? Is Montreal? I don't know what's going on in Montreal. Good to see you, Rose of Flame.
An area of our life for far too long, and the stress and anxiety we feel is a message telling us to stop procrastinating and just do the thing. These are some setup packages for daily rituals, ritual routines that keep the fire turning and transforming. Good morning rituals are the Kabbalistic cross, the lesser invoking ritual of the pentagram, the analysis of the keyword.
See, that's weird right off the bat. Like, if he's working out of Rigardi's Black Brick, even if it is the unfortunately 7th edition, which is still fine if you got it. I'm gonna get one at some point. I think it's beautiful. You just got to overlook the fact that intentional errors were introduced into it. It's the first edition of the Golden Dawn by Rigardi that intentionally had errors put into it to suit the desires. I don't even know. I that's the first one of the what's what I would like if I ever get to have a drink with John Michael Greer. The conversation will eventually get to, why'd you do it, man? Like, why'd you change the historical tradition to be different than what it was when you're editing a book? I just don't understand. But again, we've gone. So if he's working out of Rigardi, he knows the Kabbalistic cross is not, it's separate from the LRP. It's the beginning of the LRP. You don't do a Kabbalistic cross and then do another Kabbalistic cross and then start tracing the pentagrams. You don't do that.
Ritual, LVX, lesser invoking.
Yeah, and the analysis of the keyword, you definitely never do that. Never do the analysis of the keyword. Don't do it.
Ritual of the hexagram.
And again, separating the analysis of the keyword before the ritual of the hexagram, the analysis generally is put in the ritual of the hexagram and done after 5-6 for very important reasons. And all the horror stories you hear come from people doing this mistake. A lot of them come from this mistake. People like, oh, well, if I just invoke a lot of solar energy, I'll become an adept and everything will be fine and dandy. And we all sit back and watch as you slowly unravel over a few years, a few short years usually. Next thing you know, you're telling everyone you're the best and you know everything and no one else knows anything. And we see this play out over and over and over in the decades. So be careful with those rituals and with taking apart systems and thinking you know better than the system. It's, again, I don't go to the gym and start trying to bench press crazy weights I can't lift because I could die. Middle pillar ritual. I mean, what's wrong with just doing the lesser invoking ritual of the pentagram and doing it really well and meditating before or relaxing before, meditating before doing the LIRP and then meditating afterward? That would be more common to a Golden Dawn practice. Danny Ocean says, some of the blinds I figured out, or at least there's no blinds in Golden Dawn material. That is so ridiculous. Why do people keep saying that? There's no blinds in secret private lessons that were given out to instruct students. You imagine the people who I teach, I was giving them lessons with blinds in them. It's like, and then they're like, yeah, I've been doing this thing you told me to do. It's like, ha, tricked you. I just wasted 2 years of your life. LVX charges the forms of the pence and hexes. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not sure if you're saying the LVX should be, I mean, Nick Farrell, in Nick Farrell's book here, in his book, Mather's Last Secret, he says, if you want to do the lesser ritual of the hexagram, fine, but replace the analysis with the Kabbalistic cross. And that's what we did in our order, because we certainly wouldn't have done the analysis. And there's good reasons for that I've talked about before, and I might have to talk about them again today. But I already mentioned the main reasons, which we can see having the negative results. So, yeah, I don't know, Nick, have you changed your mind? You think people should do the analysis and the LVX from the get-go, in the middle, in between their LRP and LRH, before their middle pillar? Let me know. Got to balance those elements. Yeah, you got to balance those elements first before you start, fueling them. You don't pour gas into a unfinished car. Angelo Rossini, what do you say? I've seen some new YouTube channel going to release all the Golden Dawn initiations on YouTube so you can go through them all in a... What channel is that? Share the link in the comments below of the video, or here, or wherever, or send it to me. Yeah. Danny Ocean, you thought Rigardi wrote about them? That Rigardi wrote about what? Blinds? I mean, Rigardi probably thought there was blinds because he didn't get the complete material. He just got a small chunk of it, 30-40%, and he never stuck around to really learn very much and didn't see the... Yeah, Rigardi later in life admitted what he did. So we have the letters. I have the letters. They're posted in Golden Dawn tradition form, Hermetic or the Golden Dawn. I mean, that's the thing about a lot of these creators. It's funny how they're grabbing all this traditional material, and they're not even communicating with the people in the tradition. Imagine I started a course teaching Italian witchcraft, saying that I can share all the secrets of Italian witchcraft, and I repackaged Golden Dawn magic and put it into Italian and started saying that it was the hereditary practice of Italians. Might be a few people upset with me, eh? And I don't even, of course, talk to the community itself. I mean, that's what we see going on here a lot in our tradition, which is as close to tradition as any. I mean, our attitude on it. It's like, yeah, you do you. But if you're going to start telling us how our own tradition is, it's just how to... Yeah. Keep in mind, your comments come to me sometimes a little bit. I've already moved on from talking about what I was saying when you made the comments. So add a little context to the comment if you can, so that I can understand what you're saying. So yeah, this is a very interesting and dangerous sequence of morning rituals, in my opinion. Magic practice, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I already reviewed high magic practices, which I was looking at another video of theirs today that I might cover, and it struck me that they use a lot of modern practitioners' images and AI versions of us. Of course, I haven't featured there yet. I'm not prominent enough, which is okay, probably for the best. But it's one thing to use images of living people, and it's another thing to use them while saying things that aren't true because you haven't done your studies enough into their work. If you're going to comment on a real life person, at least actually pay attention to what they're saying and teaching and writing. Danny Ocean, I've been working out the complete Golden Dawn system of magic for the last decade, basically elements, planets. Yeah, well, I mean, the complete Golden Dawn system of magic is the worst way to learn the Golden Dawn tradition. You really want to rely on other sources as well. It's an important book. And again, you're talking about the complete Golden Dawn system of magic, which is not the one you want. You want the black brick, you want the Regardi main book. I mean, essentially the complete one is this rewritten so that they could get away from the publisher. But it's mostly inner order stuff. Like, it's not going to help you complete the Golden Dawn work that will allow you to actually enjoy the fruits of the inner order work if you're jumping into the inner order stuff. Yeah, okay, I assume so. You're just talking in general. I get it. I'm always going to give everyone the benefit of the doubt and assume, I'm going to assume the best.
And the middle pillar ritual. Now, the Cobb Cross and the LVX are bookend rituals, openers and closers.
See, what this shows is that he hasn't even paid attention to the book he's reading. I mean, this is not true. What he's saying is not true. It's just not true. And that's where I guess I come off as a little harsh, but it's just not true. Nick says, I still think that if you're on this path, your own self-initiation, if you're on your own self-initiation, Nick Farrell says, I still think that if you're on your own self-initiation journey or path of the Golden Dawn is best. We know what you're saying. The Golden Dawn path is the best for self-initiation. It's cool that you think that. I know you're releasing a video on self-initiation, which I'm very interested in because, at the start of over the last 10 years, I started noticing how many people were struggling with that. And it's why I now do the work that I do. I don't know what that means occultology, but I'm sure it's interesting. Cobb Cross, brah. Okay. Yeah, I dig it. You'll explain it later as we're killing orcs. Everyone is so rude on YouTube. I swear I'm out, dude. Who's out? Who's rude? I don't understand. Who's being rude? The Cicero's book, I mean. Yeah, the Cicero's book is the one that'll help you work through the material, for sure. For sure.
Closers, so we do those rituals more than once during our set. And having said that, it isn't always necessary to do the full versions of the Cobb Cross and the LVX every time. 1 to 2 full times per set is fine, and the rest we can abbreviate. For beginners,
it occurs to me maybe, Danny Ocean, you think I'm being rude. Please say how. I don't know if I'm being rude, but if anyone does think I'm being rude, I'm pretty nice. I'm pretty nice, I think. And I do think there's a resilience issue these days. So, we all gotta, maybe, I can't believe coming from my generation, I'm saying this, but, toughen up a little bit and take critiques. Especially since, that's what makes your own mind and understanding of things more resilient. I don't think I'm being rude. I hope not. Let me know. Nick Farrell says sets. That is making it like an extra. Yeah, well, that's the commodification, Californication of things, turning them into little packages and that sort of thing. Okay, I'm glad I'm not being rude. Good. So, sometimes I definitely have hurt people by accident before, and it's never intentional. I certainly don't mean to. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Like, dudes, if people today think people like me, or even people that there's there's people I think are a bit rude and rough, who 25 years ago I would have considered some of the nicest people I met, because it was harsher. Things were harsher. And I know people say that all the time, but it's just really true. Like, yeah. Yeah. Hopefully we don't scare anyone away with our
I
weirdness.
recommend learning the Kabbalistic cross in the middle pillar first.
Where has this separation of the Kabbalistic cross? I mean, I remember in the 90s when I first taught people that the Kabbalistic cross could be seen as its own ritual component. It was mind-blowing to thousands of people that I taught that to. They couldn't believe that the components of the LRP could be separated or could be studied in separate components. So fast forward 30 years, people are taking something I used to say in the 90s a bit too far. Not that they heard me say it, but they definitely, thousands of people did, because I was teaching in a very, very large order. Oh yeah, Boel Mystery School. Yeah, well, that's, again, they're just going on what people like me started doing in the 90s, going deeper into the system to look at what things would mean. And the Golden Dawn, again, taught an independent meditation practice of the Kabbalistic cross, which I've turned into a very popular video on my channel. My own adaptation, of course, not just copying and pasting, but adding decades of experience and practice to it. So, but the only problem with having the Kabbalistic cross as a separate ritual is then you're repeating it. You're doing the Kabbalistic cross, and then you're doing it again in the LRP right after. And doing it twice in a row is just ridiculous. You don't need to ever do. This is not dry formalism, people. This is living practice. And yeah, once you've finished one stretch, you don't just do it again because the book says so. You've done that stretch. Move on to the next stretch. Gridless says some societies are too polite to be honest, and some are too honest to be polite. Yeah, that's the era today. Eh? That is where we're at. All right.
Some say learning the lesser banishing ritual, the pentagram, before the middle pillar is the way to go.
Yeah, Nick. Oh wait, where's Nick? You need to do it to balance the sphere before and after everything. Yes, we do the Kabbalistic cross at the beginning and end of the LRP, for example, but we don't do the Kabbalistic cross twice, right? That's redundant and unnecessary. I mean, if it didn't feel good the first time, maybe do it again. No one's going to fault you for that. I mean, you could do an entire LRP and just feel like, oh, maybe you're still learning it, or it just didn't feel right, and just do it stronger. Yeah, whatever you have to do and make your personal practice work for you is fine. But again, this teaching of the Kabbalistic cross to do it before the lesser ritual, the pentagram, is indicative of lack of attention to detail, lack of serious thought about what you're doing and why you're doing it. So Gridless says he's made separate videos for each. I don't believe he's saying to do it twice. Well, if you're telling someone to do the Kabbalistic cross and then the lesser invoking ritual of pentagram, you're telling them to do the Kabbalistic cross twice. That's what you're doing. So that's just a lack of awareness of what you're talking about and attention to detail. Yeah, Nick says no, for the first time to sort out your sphere, and then at the end just to make sure that you're no mess. Yeah, it's a balancing act among many other things, which again, check out my video on the meditation of the Kabbalistic cross to get a very deep understanding of how that ritual works and what it does. And again, it's very popular. You can download one of my students made a binaural beats version, which you can play with. It never hurts to have a little bit of fun. He's talking about the book. Who's talking about the book? John says, I admit that I can be rude at times to people I perceive to be knowingly representative. Representing themselves as more advanced than they actually are for profit motive. Yes, I mean, yes, obviously a lot of people in my position would take that stance in stuff like this. I don't enjoy that stance so much. I'd rather, like, if there's a critique, I want it to be yanked out of me. I want it to be torn out of me by just sheer shock or awe or surprise or something like that. I'm not gonna, go around looking to nitpick everyone little last thing, because that kind of pedantry or that kind of person is no fun.
But I think it's learning the middle pillar first, because it's the easiest to wrap the mind around when first starting out. Then learn.
The LBRP is not the foundation of Western magical practice. I mean, that in the sense that he means it, it would be the LIRP, and the LBRP is a footnote to that. And the middle pillar ritual, I mean, it's not, though, in the way he's talking about the modern version, which is very different from the original Golden Dawn's approach to that exercise. It's not a ritual, it's an exercise. And again, we have modern writings. This is another thing. One of the things I want to do with these reviews and reactions is point people to the massive amount. We're putting out more high quality Golden Dawn information from within the tradition than ever before, at any other time ever before. And so that is what's happening, and people should take a part of it. But people who want to just skip that, not read the Light Extended, not read Nick Farrell's plethora of books, Hermetic Tablets, all this stuff, to ignore all of that and just take Regardi and then try and sell it to the public, that's a little bit, fucked up. Ooh, who's the rudest occultist of all time? Maybe we should have an award, but that would encourage people to be ruder, so that wouldn't be fun. Nick says middle pillar ritual Regardi comes from Tantra with Kabbalistic overlay. Yeah, that's the Regardi sort of approach to it. I like it. I still rely heavily on middle pillar exercises, but they're not very much based on any chakra stuff. I mean, similar kind of. I mean, the chakras are based on these glands, is my understanding of chakras. They're based on these glands, chakra, and the middle pillar isn't. It might overlay with some of that, and you can play with that, and that's cool. Angelo says makes Peace is going to release all the rituals up to Portal. Mage Space is going to release all the rituals. Well, I mean, it sounds like I don't know what that means. Like, what does that? I mean, that would be the LRP. That would be it. That's all there is between Neophyte and Portal. There's the LRP. There's one ritual. So, yeah, it's all right. Yeah.
The lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. And the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, by the way, is the same ritual as the lesser invoking ritual of the pentagram, with only one or two real differences. The differences are the directions that the pentagrams are drawn and the general intention and vibe behind the ritual. Invoking is like infusing yourself with power or feeding yourself with food to be strong for the quest at hand. Invocations are better suited for early in the day because we're about to go out and do the day. Every day is a quest. Be banishing. Now we're still calling angels and archangels into our space, so it's still an invocation, but the banishing rituals are more like an energetic shower at the end of the day, washing off psychic dirt and emotional debris. And keep in mind, when you first learn the pentagram rituals, you learn the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram first, and you start practicing that one first.
Oh man, it's too bad you couldn't just hop on stream, man. But it's late. You should go to bed, Nick. Nick, go to bed. We can do more tomorrow. I'm up early. We can do more tomorrow or whenever. We'll have lots of fun together. And do lots of free education for people. This is a really good way for people to learn different points of view. Like even Nick, I don't know why I would stop doing the middle pillar if I didn't want to. So we could debate that. That would be a fun one. We'll put that on the back plate to heat that up. We'll cook that later this week when you're free earlier in the day. Yeah, that'll be fun.
You'll do that one in the morning for a while before you...
I mean, kudos for getting the whole morning evening thing, right? When you're starting off, especially LIRP in the morning, LBRP in the evening, you're good to go. That's your daily ritual work. Middle pillar for making scones. Yeah. I mean, learning to direct and control energy. This is one thing I like about you, Nick, is you don't just have this. You're not limited by theory, of course, and you understand energy, and you understand how a lot of these practices can help us move our energy and work with our sphere of sensation better. And so I like that you're flexible when it comes to why people would do different things. Gridless. Yeah, I'm enjoying these series of reviewing the various creators putting out GD info. Yeah. Well, yeah, they're putting out GD info, and we're seeing how GD it is. I don't know about chakras. Don't ask me about chakras. I don't know if they're glands or something. You tell me. I heard they're connected growing up in the Hindu tradition that I grew up in, or Maharishi's teachings. There was chakras. And I read in several books that they're connected, like, the third eye is connected to the pineal gland, and the heart chakra is connected to the heart, and so vita, as it goes. So yeah, but again, I'm an Eastern practices guy, so I defer to those of you who are. The chakras are generally in your nerve centers. Okay, there you go, the vagus nerve. This guy has a video on vibrating to activate the vagus nerve in Golden Dawn ritual work that would be fun to talk about another time. Lady Justice, good to see you, says self-initiation into the Golden Dawn book. Yeah, into the Golden Dawn tradition, which they called it that because you can't self-initiate into the Golden Dawn, but you can use the Golden Dawn tradition to enter the Way of Hermes and self-initiate into the Hermetic mysteries, Hermetic spirituality. That's what we are using these systems for. Well, that's what the Golden Dawn is, anyways. I mean, they called it Hermetic for a reason, in my opinion.
You start on this routine doing the invocation in the morning and then the banishing at night. Knowing these 3 rituals, Kabbalistic Cross, LIRP, and the Middle Pillar.
That's 2 rituals. This makes no sense. It shows such a lack of attention to detail. It's shocking. The lesser invoking ritual of the pentagram does not have 2 Kabbalistic crosses at the start and at the end. It has just 1, and it's part of the ritual. So you don't say it this way. This shows a shocking inattention to detail and to how the system works. Well, I don't know. See, by the time I got to your comment, Nick, I've moved on, and I don't actually know what you're in reference to, what that's in reference to anymore. All right, good. Glad you're excited. Yeah, we got a lot of people hanging out and watching here today. This is the most live viewers I've ever had for a solo stream, so that's really cool. Yeah, you do banishing when you're. Yes, exactly. I mean, this is why we, when it says do the LIRP in the morning and LBRP in the evening, I would say that's a beginner practice. It's a beginner devotional practice. In fact, I think you should do that ritual a lot until you memorize it. I like to say, tell me what you think. That I like to say, I don't even care what you think about this, Nick, but this is what I like to say. Until you've memorized these rituals, you're not really doing them. So do them when you're learning them as much as you can. And then once you're learning it and really doing it, once you can visualize everything or visualize Hebrew letters even, it's very helpful. It's a good challenge to know when you're ready to sort of move on to the next thing. Yeah, there's definitely considered potential dangers with doing the LBRP every night. It's definitely a solid argument for why people don't survive working the system as long as they would otherwise. I think that's the strongest argument for not doing the LBRP every night, is that it could affect your ability to move through the system and succeed in the work. Yeah, the Fade Ra didn't do a banishing in their temple ever. Right. They also didn't hold weekly or daily classes doing all kinds of teaching and ritual practice, I believe. So, in temples that do that, you might want to banish here and there. But again, I had to, even just the other day, I had to deal with, students recommending that they begin and end every ritual with an LBRP, and it's just not the way. But I know that is being taught in Pat Zaleski's order, and so a lot of people are getting that idea from Pat Zaleski's order, where you have to start and end with LBRPs. So there you go. That's a Fade Ra trained adept teaching that, and I look like the crazy one saying don't do it. And a lot of people put a lot of credibility in Pat Zaleski and his tradition. And so I seem like the one who's wrong, but I'm going to die on this hill, so don't worry. Yeah, I know. It's just what's being done over there. So, why are some major orders still teaching to start and end every single ritual working with the LBRP? The debate is obvious. We know what the debate is about, and people can, the debate will continue. I mean, you and I will have more to say on that. I do think it's a bad idea to do that. Hey, Al Jacobus, thanks for everyone here who's a channel member. It's we got 60 channel members now on YouTube. It's amazing, which means that it allows me to put out more good content just for you and do more stuff just for you. So become a channel member. It's definitely worth it.
A morning routine would look like this: Kabbalistic cross, LIRP, Kabbalistic cross. Middle pillar, Kabbalistic cross. See how the Kabbalistic cross, they bookend the rituals? I love this.
Thank you very much for the membership gifts. Much appreciated. What he just said there is it.
I love this routine.
Bookends the rituals. I mean, it's very redundant. And it again shows a lack of understanding of the rituals themselves. I'd love to ask him about that. Actually, we'll see. I don't think someone with this size of a channel will ever come on my channel or talk to me directly, especially given he's trying to sell expertise through Kajabi, which is an expensive site, which means you mean business. It means you mean business, perhaps mainly business. We'll see. But he does seem like a chill, nice guy, and I'm a chill, nice dude. Both West Coasters, it seems. He must be Californian, right? If he's not Californian, then I don't know what's happening, because this seems like a Californian dude, and he does seem like a nice guy. Certainly, he's got nothing against him. And I think some of his stuff will be really cool and really interesting, and some of it might be surprising. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, videos like this are definitely needed for Golden Dawn enthusiasts. Very helpful. You're welcome. Again, thanks to everyone who helped me get to this point in my life, having to survive the weird lockdown in which it was illegal to work and illegal to get a place to live, and we had to build careers. A lot of us who were in-person people, older people, Gen Xers, had to build online careers and stuff because we weren't allowed to leave the house, basically. So now this is what you get, and I appreciate it. It's videos like this are definitely good. Well, okay, moving on. Let's get through. This is a short one. We got 5 videos to get through.
Did it for a while when I was first starting out, and it's great. This routine solidifies our role in the universe. Intentions for the day can also be added, pumping ourselves up. Eventually, we make our own magic.
Oh, Nick, if you're still there, with the banishing before and after everything, also I've noticed that Crowley did that in a lot of his diaries at the beginning and end of every ritual. So I think if it's Regardi, he got it from Crowley, and I don't know where Crowley got it from. Maybe Bennett, who knows? Maybe it was his own decision.
Doing an official ritual, and then using our imagination, breath, and voice to shape reality helps us learn how to use these rituals in our everyday lives. Bridge this stuff into the mundane for maximum results. We just visualized sacred shapes. We breathed them into existence, and then we spoke life into them with words of power. Sacred shapes are the fundamental visual building blocks of the universe, and drawing sacred shapes helps us shape the building blocks of the universe. Sacred shapes to the universe are like pixels.
I like that kind of thinking about sacred shapes and geometry, sacred geometry. I do, but I hope he's not missing the magical reason we're using these specific shapes, because there's a very specific ritual reason we use these shapes.
On a screen. Pixels are generally squares. When we look at a screen, we see the image, but we are actually looking at a bunch of squares working together to generate the image. When we see a star, a tree, a human, we see the image, but there are fundamental shapes within the image. The human shape is a pentagram. That's why we use them so much. When we draw pentagrams and breathe and speak stuff into them, we are strengthening our position as a presence in this universe. We are sharpening our focus. We are learning how to bend reality to our will. Before we draw a pentagram, we inhale. Before we brush our teeth, we should inhale. Before we draw a pentagram, we hold. Before we write the email, we should hold. We exhale as we draw the pentagram, and we should exhale as we paint the canvas or pay the bill or shoot the film. Inhale equals inspire. Exhale equals aspire.
Did he just say cannabis? I mean, this is kind of fun.
Exhale as we draw the pentagram, and we should exhale as we paint the canvas or pay the bill or shoot the film.
Paint the canvas.
Inhale equals inspire. Exhale equals aspire. Now, rituals at the end of the day, as we've said before, in the morning we invoke, night we banish. At night,
yeah, this kind of rigid approach can be very helpful for neophytes. And if you don't move on from it, you kind of stay in neophyte.
we basically just do the morning routine, but replace the invoking with banishing. So the night routine is the Kabbalistic cross, the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, Kab cross, middle pillar ritual, Kab cross. Now after
Kab cross. You can't say Kabbalistic or QC. You got to say Kab cross. Weird, but no shade.
We've consistently done this set every morning and night for several months. We may want to add the analysis of the keyword ritual.
Oh, this is like the Donald Michael Craig catastrophe. Again, it's like, okay, after several months, you are an adept. No journey left to have. You've done it. You're given the core key rituals of adepthood, and now you've made it. And this is the problem I ran into in the early 90s, early and mid 90s, with Donald Michael Craig's book and the other resources I had to try and do the GD self style. It's missing all the middle stuff. Like, it takes you all those systems out there, and he's repeating the same mistake that Donald Michael Craig had before Donald Michael Craig joined a Golden Dawn Order and was actually trained. He made modern magic, right? And then he realized, like, oh, there's stuff in between point A to Z. There's all these other letters. It's a good analogy for GD since we use the letters for our documents, eh? If you know, you know. But yeah, there's stuff in between these steps. It's not just get a gym membership and start with 400-pound whatever. I use kettlebells sitting right here at my feet. I don't go to the gym anymore. I'm too tired for all that stuff. I was all about the gym in college. I missed lots of college classes because I would just go to the gym, go to martial arts class. Gridless, you're going to manifest some angry Canadian Cusers. I don't know what Quebecers is. That why am I going to manifest angry Canadian Quebecers? I don't know. You're going to have to explain that to me. Oh, you're referring to Frater C videos. These lies. Okay. Yeah, sure. I think I know what's being said.
And the lesser hexagram rituals. When that happens, we can do this. Morning, Cobb cross, LIRP, Cobb cross, LV.
Again, the LR. I feel this is such a broken record, and you guys are probably like, you need to stop saying this over. But again, he's telling you to do 2 Kabbalistic crosses in a row. He's saying do a Kabbalistic cross, do another one, and then end with 2, and then the LVX. This is crazy.
X, LIRH, LVX. Middle pillar, Cobb cross. Night would be the same thing, just the banishing versions of the pentagram and the hexagram rituals. A ritual I added shortly after practicing this set for a while was the Rose Cross ritual. The Rose Cross restores everything to a quiet peace. In a way, it makes you invisible, which is
Does it? Does it? Because that's what a lot of us were told, and we found it had the opposite effect. it can be. I do sense a bit of containment from it, but only in the sense of solar containment. See, when I first was allowed to, as a new adept, after 7 years of training, I was finally allowed to do the ritual, and I didn't find it made me feel invisible or protected or unseen at all. It felt very balanced, very much like doing work in the vault. What made me, and how the way I knew it wasn't about any kind of invisibility is because I did the invisibility ritual of the Golden Dawn RADC, and felt very distinctly different, and then tried it out to great effectiveness and used it throughout my career in the world to tremendous effect. It's very good, especially if you're doing stuff. I was a rock journalist for a while. I could get backstage anywhere using Golden Dawn invisibility techniques along with my own wits. Sometimes that helps too. You just combine it all and you have a tool set at your arsenal, shall we say. Also for escaping dangerous scenes that you might find yourself in if you're working in nightlife or something like that. It's good to slip away. But the Rose Cross ritual doesn't do that. Not in my experience. And if you're doing it and you find that it's working that way, I'm very surprised.
A concept that must be unpacked further in another video. The Rose Cross is great to do after the middle pillar at night.
Not true. Not true. I mean, you shouldn't be doing the Rose Cross ritual.
How much time do we spend in these rituals? We receive the full benefit of our self-induced trances after an hour of practice. So if we can, making the morning and night routine at least an hour each is ideal. An hour
for each of these sets of rituals. Every night. Morning and night. What a waste of time. You could be actually practicing and learning and doing the system with that amount of time dedicated to redundant practices. And redundant practices mixed with unnecessary practices, mixed with dangerous ones all together in a little package of self-delusion and destruction. See, sometimes I say things like that. I can see how that sounds harsh, but it's like, I mean, when people come to me in trouble, it's because they're doing this stuff. And someone just, I had someone just the other day, reach a sticking point, and you're probably going to watch this. So, you know what I think. And again, there's ways forward. There's ways forward in doing this work. And I don't think the way forward ever involves skipping all the stuff you don't want to do, which it sounds like is what he's recommending you to do.
In the morning and an hour at night. Having said that, this isn't always practical for everyone all of the time. 45 minutes is still good. 30 minutes.
All right, Nick, you're still awake. Nick agrees with me. The Rose Cross ritual does not make you invisible. Yeah, of course. It is a lesser ritual, the pentagram, for the higher astral level. Both rituals contain a summary of the initiation. Yeah, I didn't want to give away quite as much as you gave away there. Sometimes I get uncomfortable because I know people like you are watching, and it's like, how much should I say? The Rose Cross ritual has its place. It never ended up being one of the ones that I felt that was really that impressive. Yeah. So the not is the Neophyte, and the RC is the 5, 5, 6. Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course. I mean, that's what I had to join an order, even, and learn from other adepts to find out. And they're like, you got to stop doing all these rituals you're doing. I'm like, no, that's where my power comes from. Like, you can't do any of them. I'm like, what can I do? They're like, LBRP, and then the LRP in the next grade. In our order back then in the 90s, we did the LBRP and the Neophyte grade for like a while. And Neophyte didn't take long if you were a good student. So it took me like 30 days. Some people took 3 months, or some really slow people took 6 months. And then there's slackers who will spend years in each grade. No shade if you're one of them. Experience these grades as deeply as you want, because you only really get to experience them once, in my opinion, in that unique way. But yeah, LRP. The truth is harsh for the would-be magician, then that's a tough way to move. If the truth is harsh for the would-be magician, then that's a tough way. Yeah, Rose of Flame nailed it. Yeah, it's
minutes is good, and 5 minutes is better than no minutes. We get back what we put in. There's no correct amount of time to spend on each ritual, but keep in mind, we get back what we put in. The idea is to...
Another thing interesting about these young guys coming up doing all this Golden Dawn stuff is, for a fact, I hear them say stuff all the time. I know they heard on my podcast. I know they heard it because they say it even often in the same way I said it. I'm not saying that's what happened here with this, but a lot of the advice they're getting from actual Golden Dawn initiates, and they never credit anyone. These young YouTubers and the young teachers putting out material in books, they never. That's one of the biggest warning signs. When someone can't speak to any of their sources, it's because they don't have enough of their own information and wisdom and experience to contribute, so they have to pass off what they learn from others as their own insight. That's something to always watch out for. Watch out for someone who doesn't credit someone else. I always tell you if I got something from a book, I always tell you what the book is. Often I'll pull it out and show you and be like, I got this from here. Because give credit where credit's due. Also, it's kind of insulates you from blame in case that thing is wrong, right? So take credit for other people's work at your own peril. Nick is on fire in the chat. Anyway, you say, after getting the blood off my clothes, I'm going to bed. It seems this guy's just being the same tired formulas which most people have who have never been initiated into an order would do. Yeah. Well, I think we all knew that would be the case getting into this, i.e. hundreds of mini rituals before doing anything. Yep. Yeah. Same old. I mean, that's what all of us who started off with books ran into, as that was the problem we all faced. It's like Don Craig, you get through the basics and then all of a sudden it's just like a deluge of complicated long rituals, and you're like, I don't think I'm actually an adept now, but he says I am, so I guess I must be because he says so. And I did this little obligation ritual, and I'm doing all the adept things, so clearly I'm an adept. And this is the kind of messages I get from people who destroyed their lives, sometimes in the worst case scenarios, pursuing pipe dreams promised by books, written by people who are often very irresponsible in their spiritual information. Yeah. Though I have questions based on the things you're saying, Nick, so we'll get to those later in the week. For example, hundreds of mini rituals before doing anything, you say, I would ask you, but what is doing something? What does that look like? And don't answer it here. Don't comment it here. Like, save that for us streaming.
Forget about the time and just be there.
Go to bed,
Whether
Nick.
we do that after 5 minutes or 5 hours doesn't really matter. Just know thyself. If you liked this style of video, kindly tap like. I noticed a few comments asking if I'm an AI, and I also noticed a few comments telling me that I'm an AI. Hello.
You're an AI. I mean, I've already met younger people who don't understand that you can make something. The conception eludes them that someone can make something. Like, that don't understand what that means. They'll be like, yeah, well, they just don't. Yeah. So we're in for a weird time ahead where people will be like, there's going to be a whole swath of the population that don't understand that other people can think, let alone think critically. And they won't understand why some people can think and some people can't. We're seeing this inundate the education system right now. It's just really bad. I can't even think about it. I get depressed. So let's get back to having some fun with this chill dude here. Yeah, Nick Farrell says, remember what happened to Pat Beeman? Chris Monastre, Israel Regardi's girlfriend, who did an opening by Watchtower for 3 years instead of the outer order grades. Yeah. I mean, their order and temple was a sister to ours in the 90s in LA, so I'm familiar. Nullhu, who's this? Welcome to the channel for watching, and everyone here. Good to have you here. Been reading through the Meditations on the Tarot. That's a great book. Valentin Tomberg is wonderful. Feel like I'm very fortunate I've had this introduction to magic. I always felt very wary of ceremonial magic without an inner development of mysticism. Yeah, I mean, of course. of course, because magic is not its own thing. It's something that augments other things.
I'm a human. I sometimes use AI software to organize my...
And let's clarify, that's why in the Neophyte initiation, it highlights how important religion is to guide and regulate your life. You need a framework. Magic is not the framework. You can use magic to create your own religious, spiritual system, of course. Again, you can do that. There's a raging debate that's been going on for forever on how good an idea that is, but I think personal responsibility education come into that as well. It can be riskier to create your own system. David Heimsmith's opinion is that if there isn't someone who is reached a certain point, shall we say, leading and creating that stuff, then it's unreliable and usually leads nowhere. It's a dead end. And he does have a very good point about that. And we see that happen all the time. It's mostly off. You can tell when someone created a system that's not got any actual substance when they die and then the system dies, because it's just them creating it, keep maintaining it with their own personal egregore. It's not actually alive. It can't breathe outside of themselves. You see that sort of with where Yeats got to in the Celtic Mysteries, right? He didn't create it to the extent that he didn't get to that point where it actually became a living thing. Whereas the Golden Dawn clearly is a living thing. AI religions, they're not coming. They've already got a death toll. They got a massive death toll already. AI religions are already here, and they're already killing a lot of people. I mean, I would even put things like 764 and that stuff like that into those sort of categories of psychosis-based, internet-driven cults and ideologies that are killing people. I mean, religions are ideologies. AI religions are just, well, yeah, we knew a while ago that if by continuing with AI, we would be terminating about 10% of the human population whose brains just can't handle it. So we've actually already passed the point where we've tacitly as a species agreed to basically let 10% of the population die out in a variety of ways due to AI psychosis and other corollaries.
Writing. I have never used an AI voice generator, and this is me, a human, not a robot. And this episode script was not...
That's exactly what a robot would say.
Not organized by AI at all. I didn't really even have much of a script for this one. It was more of a flow. So I hope the structure of this video flows in a way that's easy to follow and interesting to listen to simultaneously in this wonderful year of 2025. In-person communication versus speaking to a camera is a learning curve. I'm working to deliver this information to you in an honest yet cinematic way. Does anyone have a question? Drop it in the comments and it will eventually be answered. Subscribe for more videos like this, and thank you for watching.
All right.
This work, it can be very easy to collect swaths of new information without ever actually doing the rituals that lead to evolution. It's also easy to get confused by the timing and sequencing of the rituals. Furthermore, these rituals haven't really been taught before in guided meditation style with audio.
Well, I mean, that's not true. I mean, taught a lot in that style by hundreds and hundreds of initiates across over 100 years of this living tradition. Nulhu says, yeah, in traditional mysticism and magic, in tradition, mysticism and magic are probably linked. A lot of these esoteric people I've met on the internet lack the mystic, and I think it's all amoralistic intellectualism. That's a fair critique, I think. Yeah, mysticism is the direct experience of God. That's what the mystic is. Mystic is direct personal experience. I don't think you can do magic without having, like when you visualize Kether and focus on the divine light above, if you have any experience of what you would call God, that's mysticism. right there. That is how that word is defined. And people are trying to redefine it to mean something more supernatural or to meet their own agenda. And I don't buy it at all. Like, you're not going to steal that. We need that word to mean that thing. Mysticism, mystical, it means something we need it to mean. And so changing its meaning is something that no one's won't have longevity, and no one's going to accept, because this is a field. I got my master's in this field. I got multiple masters in this field at an accredited, highly rated Canadian university. You can study this stuff at an academic level, get into your PhD like I did in the esotericism program with Nicholas Goodrick Clark. You can learn this stuff. And so we're not giving up the word mysticism. We're not giving up the word mystical to anyone who wants to redefine it. You do need that direct experience of God, which is what mystical means. It doesn't mean cryptic or ambiguous or vague. This is the one you were talking about. Yeah, announcing the release of all the rituals,
audio and visuals, and spinning around in your living room with a book in hand can kind of be a clunky way of learning. For those of you in this camp who want to learn these rituals but are experiencing some frustration and resistance at the moment, there's a solution. Something is launching at the end of this month. 103 videos, a complete sequential guided ritual course, Golden Dawn magic and Kabbalah from the ground up. Over the next few weeks.
See, that's where it crosses the weird line. You're teaching Golden Dawn magic in the same way that if I launched a Kajabi site promoting my teaching Italian witchcraft from Dr. Puca's book, right? Like, why? I don't care. You do whatever you want. We need free economies or whatever. But if you care about this whole you either care about the closed tradition thing or you don't, right? So don't ever clutch your pearls if you see some white guy doing First Nations chanting in a indigenous outfit. Don't you ever be one of those people if you're then doing this, eh? All you out there. Yeah, that's, you're going to invade one tradition, then you can't get mad when other traditions get invaded.
This channel will walk through what that means and why it was built. The Golden Dawn system is extraordinary. Anyone who's worked with it.
But he's never been in it. He's never been initiated into it. And that's the weird thing. To teach it from a point of experience that you've never had is odd. If you want to use it to create your own journey or self-initiation path, fine. But don't then step in and say, I know how this works. I know what this is, even though I've never been through a single initiation.
Seriously, already knows this. The LBRP, the middle pillar, the Kabbalistic cross, the fourfold breath, the hexagram rituals, each one is a precise piece of engineering that works whether the practitioner fully understands it or not.
It can work to some extent based on your level of experience and knowledge and skill and all of that. It certainly doesn't do any of the same stuff it would do if you were initiating through the tradition. And I don't mean through LTC's book or Modern Magic or anything like that. Like, you need to go through this journey. It's one thing that I've noticed with all of my students. They've all had the same experience. And it's when you see people from disparate places in life, at different points of their journey, do the same thing and then all have a similar experience. Like, the experience they have all in common is this, that they thought it would be about rituals and about all these little components of the system. And they realized really quickly it's not. It's about their lives transforming. And it's very hard for them to put their finger on often when describing it, but it affects their whole lives. And that's how you know you're initiating. If you think it's all about this ritual and that ritual, that's where you're lost in the outer circle, fumbling around trying to figure out how to get into this thing, but you're ignoring there's clear doorways marked to get into this thing, but you're too busy with the ornaments and the shapes and colors, and you're distracted by pretty things, on the externalities, and you're missing the substance and therefore the transformation.
But here's what happens with many solitary practitioners. They discover the system, they collect.
Wait a second. Nullhu says something shocking. I ran into a circle of guys online studying GD rituals. Well, that sounds good. They were sharing how God isn't real. Well, then they're not doing GD rituals. And that divine beings are metaphors for psychic structures. I had to stop talking to them. Yeah, a bunch of idiots. Let them do their own weird thing. I mean, people have been and will continue to cannibalize things like the Golden Dawn or any tradition that isn't culturally protected in our world today. And that's a certain single section of traditions, of course, that are being mistreated because of where they come from.
A whole bunch of new information, books and props. Maybe they learn a few rituals, but they never go through the ceremonies sequentially and complete the circuit. Why? Because they don't have a structure. The golden...
Neither of you, so why are you criticizing others for not doing what you haven't done? That's what I'd like to ask you. Like, that's a weird thing to say.
Dawn grimoires were written for initiated members of a functioning temple, with a hierophant with a structured grade system already running before the candidate arrives. The texts assume prior transmission, a current already in motion that the new member is plugging into. But for someone who wants to practice magic on their own in 2026, it can be like reading an instructional manual in a language they haven't learned yet. So the result...
Because it's not an instructional manual. The books, like the Regardi's books, are not intended to instruct people on how to do these things.
After months, sometimes years, is a practitioner who knows some of the rituals, knows the theory, and can't quite figure out why the deeper mechanics aren't engaging. The answer is almost always sequencing. The system was engineered. Each ritual builds the vessel, the next trans...
Yeah, we're listening to Mage Space, who's saying some interesting things.
Mission fills. Miss the sequence and the vessel isn't quite ready. The signal cuts in and out, and the practitioner keeps collecting, looking for the piece that's actually already there. 103 videos. That's what's being built. A complete, sequential, guided ritual course.
So he believes that by the problem people have working out of Golden Dawn books is that they're not doing all the rituals in the right sequence. This is the danger of learning the system the way he's learned it, is you just see all these books and all these rituals and think if you can put them in the right order that's the system, and it's not. Oh boy, is it not. But also, why does he think that there's 103 rituals in the outer order? I mean, there's one ritual. There's the LRP. I can't think of any others. And also, these people could create their own systems. I mean, if he just said, I'm taking all these rituals from the Golden Dawn and ones I've created and have made my own magic system, we probably wouldn't even be talking about it, or we'd be talking about it from a different point of view. But you're claiming to stand within a tradition that you're not initiated into. You haven't even done the self-initiation that the Cicero's put out, which is, the best way to do it if you're stuck with a book. But if you are following Damien Eccles' approach or LTC's approach, like, you're not experiencing the Golden Dawn. You're not experiencing, because it exists within parameters. When you widen those parameters to include other things, it's something else, and you should call it something else. Angela says his video will do a lot of damage putting out false. Yeah, that's the sad thing. That's actually the sad thing. The sad thing about the damage is that it means I've talked to people who've asked me to review the ritual work or sent me a video of the ritual work and asked me one thing, and I'm like, yeah, that's not what we would do. And they get really upset because they might have spent years with someone or who learned out of a book. And then they find out, then they go to the Golden Dawn community and sort of expect to be respected. And it turns out they've learned completely wrong. And then they get really upset and they turn that anger somewhere in on themselves or something. And they're like, and they get thrown off this path, which could have been a really good path for them because they were misled by someone. And that's where the damage is unfortunate. People, we're losing potentially very good adepts sometimes by these misrepresentations of the tradition. You know, sort of like if I started advertising for become a Freemason at home and passing out pamphlets around town, telling how everyone how they can become a Freemason at home in their living room, and then meet at the coffee shop for a drink every Sunday or Monday or whatever. And yes, Freemasons don't meet on Sundays. There's a little secret handshake thing for you. It would be a weird thing to do. It would be a weird thing to do. Why not just create your own thing? Well, we know why they don't create their own thing, because they're trying to trade off the name of the Golden Dawn.
You show up, you press play, and the work gets done. In order, in sequence, from the first breathing exercise in Neophyte all the way through Portal.
I wonder if he understands the breathing exercise. Even Golden Dawn people, well, we've had an upturn in that recently, and it was debated by me and Sam Scarborough before he passed. Agatha, not Agatha, says, what's the best path in your opinion for the self-initiate solitary? Yeah, I mean, there's only one real self-initiation book in the Golden Dawn world, and that's the Cicero one, and it's got strengths and weaknesses, but overall it's the only thing there, and it's very solid, and you'll have a good experience with it. I have footnotes on that. I mean, like, I would remove the Aleister Crowley stuff, like the Thelemic religion stuff inserted into the GDSI book by the Ciceros is really out of place there. So, you know, I have lots to say on that. And you can join my membership and get access to my Discord, ask me questions. I'm happy to guide you as best I can, since I'm pretty much full on students right now. I think I might have room for one more if this other new guy doesn't join. I can't recall, but I'm pretty close to full. So you can just rely on the Cicero book. I say get the Cicero book, the Rigardi Black Brick, and the Zaleski Black Brick, the Zaleski Golden Dawn Rituals and Commentaries. That's, in my opinion, the most important of the three. But the Self-Initiation book by the Ciceros is your best bet. Yeah, it goes without saying regarding the ninth. Yeah, the Ciceros, we know why a little bit of Crowley made it into their Golden Dawn book, and it is what it is. I think they would remove it if they got a chance to do a second edition for Llewellyn, because why would you replace the daily rhythms of the Golden Dawn affirmations with Thelemic ones that are all the same, just Liber Resh, instead of all the different ones throughout the grades of the Stella Matutina? That is the tradition that they come out of, but clearly Rigardi didn't have the daily rhythms because he didn't stick around long enough to get them or something. And so I would do the Golden Dawn daily rhythms and not replace them with the Thelemic religious practice of daily Liber Resh. You're very welcome.
Course begins where the system begins. The fourfold breath, the Kabbalistic cross, the LBRP, the middle pillar. The complete architecture of the personal sphere of sensation.
I mean, so this approach is what we generally, by the way, call modern magic. You could call it neo-GD, but that's a worse term. A better term is modern magic. The Golden Dawn gave birth to modern magic. It gave birth to Wicca. And that's just okay. That's okay. Part of the struggle, I think, or the thing that's holding people back from interacting better with each other, like, why don't we all just want to create, well, maybe we don't, but I would like to create just as healthy and vibrant a magical community as possible. That's why I'm creating live events, in-person events. See you in Austin, Texas next month on June 13th, because we want to have fun with our lives and we want to be magicians and progress in our spirituality, which, if you're in this tradition, it's Hermetic spirituality on the framework of your own religion, whatever that religion is that you practice. That's sort of the matrix of this path.
Before anything else gets layered on top. Then it goes deeper. In each grade, you learn elemental pentagram rituals, planetary hexagram.
Oh, he did it. He fucked up. You do not learn elemental pentagram rituals. You don't. Where did he get that from? That was something done by only one group. Guess which group? The group I was in. Why did we do that? It was definitely, it's not traditional. Why did we feel it was okay for us to do that? Well, I'll tell you, it's certainly not for the reason most people think. And I don't recommend people doing it because of that reason. And I'll tell you what that reason is briefly after these messages while I run to the bathroom. We'll be right back. We'll be right back.
The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnochiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com.
All right, and we're back for more fun with Mage Space review. Yeah, been some good stuff and some interesting stuff so far. Let's watch some more.
Rituals and a meditation for each Sephira in all the 4 worlds. Ascending into the cube of space, the grade meditations, 5 different lightning flash rituals, the Rose Cross ritual, the supreme ritual of the pentagram, and more. Everything.
Well, if you do want to know the Supreme Ritual of the Pentagram, become a channel member, and I put up a full lecture on that there, which I assure you would astound this guy to his very core, because he'd be like, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. But that's okay. I mean, my lecture is based on an unpublished manuscript, and he's working out of Rigardi and a bunch of other stuff learned online. And so there you go.
In sequence, guided. The course lives on Kajabi, structured the way the grade system was always meant to be structured.
I wish I could afford
One thing
Kajabi
after another,
to run my site.
in the correct order, building the vessel that receives the transmission. It opens at the end of this month. By the way, this particular calendar day has meaning. We are inside the Beltane window right now, the oldest fire festival on the record, the moment when the solar force stops climbing and starts burning. Every tradition that worked with seasonal energy marked this window as a threshold. Thresholds are useful. The fire that transformation runs on is already present inside every person watching this. It's been there the whole time. That restlessness, that sense of having arrived somewhere for a reason, that frustration that the system hasn't fully opened yet, that's not anxiety. That is the fire that knows where to go, but hasn't been given the correct sequence to move through. The sequence is almost ready. The current has been charging since 1888. It does not wait. It does not adjust to anyone's timeline. The current runs whether the circuit is complete or not. 103 videos is the blueprint for completing the circuit in sequence, starting at the end of this month. The link will be in all the descriptions. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video and the course. For hundreds of years, the inner order of the
earlier I thought we reviewed the secret ritual they don't teach, but it was the wrong video. So this is that one with this secret ritual they don't teach, apparently. Yeah, I'm getting a better understanding of this guy's approach, and it's interesting.
Golden Dawn has guarded a secret. They called it the assumption of the god form. The majority of magical practitioners.
Yeah, so no one talked about this publicly until I did. And so everyone started following me. In fact, people blame me for stealing Frater Xavier's lesson that he was selling. And I was like, no, I put mine out quite long before him. And then I asked someone who did my class and his class what the difference was. And like, well, in your class, you taught how to do it. I don't think he's aware that there's any techniques around it or possibly done to utilize that practice. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. He doesn't actually know what he's talking about. The Frater Xavier is one of the most shockingly awful channels on YouTube. Yeah, at one point he said black magic is magic that's associated with the black pillar, and white magic is associated with the white pillar of the tree of life. I'm like, dude.
Spend most of their lives outside the temple, knocking on the door with vibration and prayer. They treat the Nidoru, the Egyptian forces, as external entities to be bargained with. This is how the Neophyte does it, but the Adept does it different. What if I told you that the goal isn't to speak to the god, but to build the god? To construct a receiver so effective that for the duration of the ritual, your human personality is overwritten by the consciousness of Thoth or Osiris or Horus. Most of their lives are between times is where shell that the deity is more than imagined.
Wait, what did he just say?
You are taught shaping life.
Dude, oh my God, I can't believe he just said what he just said. Whoa. Okay, yes. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. What were you going to say about elemental pentagrams? Yeah, the elemental lesser ritual of the pentagram was created by our order because our secret chiefs said your members can do this to invoke the elements based on how you guys are working the system, and it will help them with their alchemy. So our spirit said, we will do this if you do this. And if a spirit says, I will do this if you do this, that's called a ritual. That's going to work. So our spirit guides said, you can have your members do this. Now, of course, people then leaked our grade material quite famously. It's all over archive.org, not with the fonts embedded. So most of it is useless because the Hebrew fonts got replaced by random characters and other symbols as well, and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, so Marco Visconti made the same mistake. He, bootlegged illegally a copy of our grade material from archive, saw our elemental LRPs, which are not a traditional thing, and thought that he was discovering original Golden Dawn information that had been secreted away by our order, and published it. Creating the biggest cell phone in occult publishing of all time, because he stole Robert Zink's grade material and published it thinking he was blowing the lid off a well-kept Golden Dawn secret about these elemental LRPs, which he wasn't. He was just pirating Zink's work illegally. So, yes, indeed. Null, who says, yeah, you healed my sense of modern GD. You feel good. Frater Xavier type kind of stuff made me want to stay away from it. Oh, so he's done real ostensible damage and put people off of it. That's great to hear. I love hearing that these people are actually putting people off our system. Yeah, it's probably happening more than I realized. It's probably what led to, when I came into the scene publicly, seeing this shocking interpretation of the Golden Dawn online, which led to me to start podcasting, because I'm like, at least we got to fight a bit of this bad information with good information so that it's at least out there for those who really look. And the people, got into Martinist stuff. Yeah, Martinism's cool. What's what? Agatha, you said what? And Talia, good to see you, my friend, fellow, just lives down the way from me. You should zip over here and we'll go for a walk on the beach after, get one of your cars and come hang out on the beach in English Bay. But I want to also know what you want to be spared from. All right, let's do this.
Light into a specific vessel a shell that can sustain the voltage of an archangel or a god without burning out your nervous system. Over the next few minutes, we will examine the particulars of this operation. The first step is architectural, but just in the outer order,
they said,
you're taught to vibrate divine names. You project a sound.
They said something, we're going to hear them say it again, that is the antithesis of the Golden Dawn approach to magic.
Out into the air, and yes, sometimes
but say it as though it is the purpose.
There's a resonance, but just vibrating, just throwing your voice out into the Adept does it different.
You might have to wind it all the way
What
back.
if I told you that the goal isn't to speak to the god, but to build the god, to construct a receiver so effective that for the duration of the ritual, your human personality is over.
Okay, you already have a receiver. It's called your consciousness, your higher consciousness, your nous, your holy daimon, that angelic part of yourself. You have that receiver already. You don't need to do anything. It works just fine. You can improve it with training and practice, of course, but it's a gift all humans have. So this ritual doesn't tune your receiver. Practicing God forms tunes you, if you like that word, or creates theosis, creates divinization more to that form, and does have that theurgic effect on you for sure. But here's the real doozy coming up.
Written by the consciousness of Thoth or Osiris to construct a receiver so effective that for the duration of the ritual.
Yeah, so doing God forms won't improve your receiver, and the purpose isn't to improve the receiver of your consciousness. The purpose is to bring the force of the God into the ritual, right? But in a very careful and specific way. And there's a key thing we do to make sure that we do it carefully and safely. And he's going to tell you to do the opposite.
Your human personality is overwritten by the
Yes, you caught it, occultology. How bad is this, you might ask? How bad a blunder and dangerous this is. It's so dangerous and such a massive error that we literally take within our vows a pact with our higher self to not do this. We Golden Dawn initiates take a vow and a pact to the Lord of the universe to not do the thing he's telling you to do right now. We do not allow our consciousness to be overwritten. I could pull up the vow. We do not allow ourselves to be placed or place ourselves in a state of passivity. Let's read it from the original vow. I will not suffer myself to be hypnotized or mesmerized, nor will I place myself in such a state of passivity, like the one he's recommending, that any uninitiated person, power, or being, including a god form or a god, may cause me to lose the control of my thoughts, words, or actions. You're in charge. You're the captain, not the god or the spirit or the force or the entity. That way lies destruction. Neither will I use my occult knowledge for evil purposes, right? So he's telling you to violate the Neophyte oath right here. This just got exciting, isn't? Wow, we just opened. Wow.
Consciousness of Thoth or Osiris or Horus.
We love that he's encouraging people to explore God forms. Maybe they'll look into it and discover the work that Golden Dawn initiates have done on God forms, and that.
Welcome to Mage Space.
What do you mean invoke never? Agatha, please, I'd love to know what you mean. What do you mean by invoke never? Why would we invoke never? Brad, I've been looking forward to this. Gonna rewind to the beginning, or just stick around for the live part and go back and watch the rest later. It sounds like you're Canadian. Do you know the GD groups in Alberta? I didn't know there were GD groups in Alberta. I know of lots of initiates in Alberta who wish there was GD groups, though maybe I did hear of something new happening. But no, you'd have to tell me if there's ones in Alberta. I'm in Vancouver.
Today, we are breaking the barrier between human and archetype. We're moving beyond the practice of
So
breaking the barrier between human and archetype. We're moving beyond the practice of vibration and entering the engineering of the astral body. In the outer order, you are taught to vibrate divine names. You project a sound out into the air, and yes, sometimes...
Yeah, so this is shocking that he would recommend to do the opposite thing that we're meant to do with this technique. And so important is that prescription that it's in our vows to not do what he tells you to do. That's how dangerous that is. Wow. Wow. But maybe he'll see this and he'll stop recommending that to people, and he'll be like, hey, maybe I should take the vow and go through the Cicero book and talk to people on the forums. Everyone on the forums, on the My Golden Dawn Tradition group on Facebook, the Hermetic or the Golden Dawn group on Facebook, the good one, not the crazy one. We'll give you advice. If you're sincere and honest and open about what you're doing, they'll all give you a lot of advice. So you won't just get railroaded into one person's point of view. You'll get a range of it, but it will all be from people who are initiates and have some experience, which means they know something. You know something. You learn something from going through these ceremonies and testing and all of that. You bypass all that stuff. You're just not doing the Golden Dawn. You're doing modern magic. You're making up your own thing, which again is fine. Just, say so. So Agatha, clarifying earlier comment about not invoking. I didn't say anything about not invoking. That's why I asked you to clarify. You said, well, you were saying this pack says don't give away your power. So if you invoke Daddy Dan, damn it, speech to text day. Okay, we're doing text to speech. You're having a malfunction of your text. So yeah, clarify. I'd love to know what you mean. I could guess, but I don't want to guess. So if you invoke deity, yeah. Null who, oh, I didn't phrase correctly. I meant to know if you knew of any in Alberta, but it sounds like no. The reason I have students in Alberta is because there was no temple for me to send them to. And again, I send people even to orders that I wouldn't, I'm not super picky. If there's a local group, I'll tell you about them, and you often will have a better experience with a decent local group than you will on your own, completely on your own. So at least it'll be a learning experience, and maybe you'll have fun. Maybe you'll create something new. Who knows? In-person stuff is great, but it's not worth it if it's going to mislead you. Gridless says the issue is too many are getting info from Reddit. Yeah, well, that's why I did the Reddit AMA, which, but no one really asked me, not too many Golden Dawn specific questions, but at least I'm out there now. I had to make a Reddit account and all that. It's whatever. Agatha, I still want to know what you mean by saying that by thinking I said you shouldn't invoke. I'm curious about that.
There's a resonance, but
because I was talking about invoking God forms, and then I read from the vow and talked about the dangerous advice he gives. But while saying you should while telling you how we invoke God forms, gods through God forms, we invoke gods through God forms partially. I never said anything about not invoking. Like, I was telling you how we invoke and the parameters that we use so that we stay safe and don't do what he recommends, which is to allow spirits to override your consciousness, which is, again, a violation of the vow. Not because we care about, not because of some petty reason, because it's a dangerous thing to do. And they saw that in the Golden Dawn, in the era they were in, with spiritualism being as big as it was. They saw what happened to people who did that. Yeah, it was on Reddit/occult. I did a whole AMA thing, and I'm friends now with more or less with their moderator, with the person who created it. Cool dude. Shout out.
just vibrating, just throwing your voice out into the air. It's kind of like trying to catch a radio.
I'm muted again. Agatha, I don't understand his advice. His advice is to let the god you're invoking override your consciousness. It's the number one thing you don't want to do. And invoking means to call a spirit to you. That's what invoking means. It has nothing, you're not bringing it into you. That's not what invoking is. You're calling it to you so that you can evoke it. Invocare from the French, to call to you. The English people often see the IN and think it means inside yourself, but that's ridiculous. That's not what it means. It means to call it to you.
Signal with a coat hanger, it'll work, but the fidelity's low and the noise to signal ratio is high. The God form assumption process is where you construct a receiver. It's building a house to hold energy. It's shaping light into a specific vessel, a shell, that can sustain the voltage of an archangel or a god without burning out your nervous system. Over the next few minutes, we will examine the particulars of this operation. The first step is architectural. You build a frame. When the adept prepares for assumption, the deity is more than imagined. It's constructed. This requires some study of the god's iconography. You must know the angle of the nemesis, the hue of the skin. Is it the great?
It's not imagined, it's constructed. Well, how is it constructed? I guess in the preparation and process of learning about the god. That's fair. That's fair. But weird way to sort of scientificize it.
Green of Osiris in the underworld or the red of Horus in the south. You construct this form with light surrounding your physical body. You build a suit of armor made of mental projection. The text says this form must be colossal. Why colossal? Well, because the archetypical forces you're attempting to invoke are too vast for the human ego. The container must be expanded to accommodate the pressure. You can think of your body.
No. So I see he's confused two aspects of the god form practice. One is it's not about handling current and the energies, the forces of these spiritual beings is an issue, but doesn't play out the way it just doesn't in reality play out in the way he's describing it could play out in this dangerous way. And there's not really a lot I want to say on that there, because that comes into play once you're actually going through god forms. And he likes sequences. It's strange he wouldn't talk about a sequence of learning god forms, because that is something that could actually be useful to people. But again, this is only done mainly if you're in the Golden Dawn, usually in the higher grades, sometimes in some of the lower ones. Self-initiates are encouraged to do this stuff because you have to kind of act as your own Hierophant in the Cicero book or in any other method. But that's the main thing. He thinks the reason we visualize them big, or ourselves big as the gods, is to contain the fullness of the god. No, you can't contain these things at all. You're at best connecting to them by creating a microcosmic simulacrum of the god that then helps you connect with that force. The reason we see ourselves as big is a very distinct reason when we're confronting other spirits, so that we get shown more respect and have a better connection and relationship with them. And so they don't, that's why we see ourselves as big. There's a very simple reason for it, and he completely doesn't know what it is because, well, you know why.
As a low voltage circuit. If you try to run a solar deity current through it directly, you'll trip the breaker. The god form acts as...
Yeah, it's a scientific mechanical language that sometimes is useful metaphorically, but when you really invest in it this heavily, it just doesn't track with experiences.
A step down transformer. It's a buffer, it's a lens. You build the form standing just before you. You visualize it facing the same direction. You intensify the colors until they vibrate in your mind's eye.
I mean, what he's saying there's okay. It's missing a lot of stuff. But Ali Dude, hey Ali, says, hey Frater, can you talk about the horizontal versus vertical alignment in their collapse? I mean, what's the context? I mean, that's needs context. Collapse? What you mean, the singularity? I mean, I'm just throwing things at the wall, see what sticks, because again, you need context for that. And thank you. God bless you too. But yeah, I mean, a random philosophical sort of, yeah, I know what you're talking about, but again, it's different in every philosophical context. I can talk about that in a variety of ways, but in general, it doesn't have one general meaning, right? I mean, there's the revelation of paradoxes colliding, which happens at the axis point of the horizontal and the vertical. But there's lots of different ways. The horizontal and the vertical is just again, it's a spatial metaphor based on sacred geometry that can be applied to many different things and used as a teaching tool in many different ways. But it doesn't have some singular definition as far as I've ever heard. Yeah, pseudoscientific language to dress up things. Oh, it's all right for being late, Frater Jester. Good to see you here. Context being the core of all non-dual. Right. So what do you want me to say? Again, I would need a more specific, I just need a more specific question. Rather, unless you just want someone to ramble about the union of opposites and, how all is everything, but also one. I mean, it's very generic stuff. And all in the non-dual, nothing seems out of place. So what is right? Well, we don't exist in the non-dual, right? It's a momentary phase of consciousness that you can enter, but we don't exist in that world. That's not part of our reality. It's a state you get into in an altered state of mind.
This is the active manipulation of energy. You are compressing ether into a specific density. When you hold the image steady, the signal locks. When you don't hold the image steady, the signal's weak. So precise focus is important. Once the shell is constructed and stable, we initiate the synchronization. In the classic Golden Dawn curriculum, this is described as stepping into the form. What it means is a reality shift. As you merge your astral body with the constructed shell, you initiate a total sensory override. You don't feel your human skin anymore.
It's the opposite of what you want to do. It's the opposite of what you want to do. Also, he's not giving really any techniques, which is interesting. Again, sort of the Frater Xavier, just visualize it and just feel it. Just visualize it and feel it. I mean, sure. I'm sure some people do that. That's not how I would teach it over the stages of development. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Sorry, Ali. I just don't know what to say of this non-dual glimpses to embed what is understood. Maybe. I mean, everyone's different. It depends on your religion and how you view these things and how you view reality. A lot of people don't practice a non-dual religion, so that whole ethos doesn't make any sense to them. It won't have any place in their worldview. So again, there's no generalizations. And you can't take spiritual principles and think that they all apply to everything, and so everything will be generally acceptable to everyone or have any use. Like, it really depends on what the framework is to the person you're talking to. It's why guidance is so important, because you can't just spill out new age platitudes and spiritual advice willy-nilly. Like, it will all apply to someone equally if only they do the work or understand it the way you want them to understand it. So, I can't talk non-duality to a student who's following a dualistic religion. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That's of no use. That would be like me going into a Christian seminary and talking about Buddhism, which they do far too much, because what's that have to do with us? Christians are all about the resurrection and the life. Buddhism's about the kind of genocide of sentience and wants to eradicate all sentience. That's a harsh way of saying it, but it's a fun way of saying it as well. And many Buddhist masters have agreed with that. Question. Here's some more questions. Lots of questions. I'm not doing the thing where I require super chats for questions. But if you can throw a donation, a super chat, or become a channel member, stuff like that, it helps me keep doing these things because they take a long time. Look, we've got a bunch to get through, and it's already almost 2 hours in. So I appreciate any support in keeping this going because it takes a lot of time and it's very fun. I love doing it. But question: in the Supreme Ritual Hexagram, you work with planetary, zodiacal, or microcosmic forces simultaneously? No, you don't. No. The Supreme Ritual Hexagram is a. Guess what? The hexagram should be a giveaway because it's the solar planetary symbol. Yeah, they're planetary force. You're working the planets with the hexagrams, not microcosmic generally. Generally, they're seen as macrocosmic because they actually exist out there in the universe. Whereas the 4 elements is more of a microcosmic schema for understanding ourselves divided into 4 directionalities or component parts, as in the traditional 4 elements system of the ancients. But we all know that there isn't just 4 elements. All right, we're using that as a metaphor, a microcosmic metaphor for dividing up ourselves into components to understand them and work with them better. And the greater ritual hexagram, you work by invoking each force one by one. No, that's not right. Supreme ritual hexagram is different depending on whether or not you're working with which planet. It's done differently for each of the planets. And then there's the supernal supreme ritual hexagram, which is different again. And the greater ritual hexagram is a thelemic ritual that I've never seen in any Golden Dawn literature. So sometimes people refer to a greater ritual hexagram to delineate a certain way of using in the Golden Dawn the supreme ritual hexagram. But again, that's different than what Crowley was talking about, and therefore different than what a lot of popular people online are saying. Ali, can you talk about the transition from early origins to magic? I believe I saw a Reddit where you're discussing I grew up in the Maharishi Hindu tradition. I didn't know what Christianity was at all until I was quite a bit older, and grew up meditating, initiated into yoga at age 7, practicing meditation twice a day, second initiation at age 10, kept doing that, and then found my own way from there into the Western mysteries. Agatha, I see what you're talking about. Total sensory overload. No, not about sensory overload. No, you don't allow, in God form work, you don't allow the God or any spirit to impact your mind, to take over any part of your mind. It's not about sensory overload at all. It's about not turning over our will and our mind to anything ever. And that's what people who teach you that, or people who say that, and this came up in class the other day or in my group, that if you're resisting, it shows what you need to work on. The danger of that is exactly what cult leaders will tell you to get you to do what they want, to break your mind. So you don't want a spirit to break your mind. You don't want a cult leader to break your mind by mirror exercising you, that whole mirror from the Twin Flames universe, the mirror X. These are all the classic repackaged cult brainwashing techniques. And spirits will brainwash you if they can. They will brainwash you. They'll say, hey, I'll do this for you if you do this for me. And this is why we don't teach conjuration in the outer order. We wait till you get some experience with these forces before we teach you how to deal with spirits who can be quite tricky and not often have your best, even when they think they have your best at heart. They often don't, because they don't know what it's like to be you, just like you don't know what it's like to be them. So yeah, you maintain your own independent will and freedom and autonomy at all times, the opposite of what he's telling you in this video to do. We've got lots of questions. Okay, but in perennial philosophy, all cores are the same. Yeah, perennial philosophy is nonsense, complete nonsense. There's no perennial philosophy. Right? Perennial philosophy is just bigotry dressed up in new age clothing, saying, I'm right, you're wrong, or all your things are subsumed under what I believe to be true. It's not a thing. But the dual of the religion are mere pointers to the same. No, that's a very hostile, that's a very disrespectful way to view people's religions. To say that, it's all just whatever. It doesn't even matter. It's all part of the same core ground. That's not the case. Religions have very different points of view. So the problem with this way of thinking philosophically is that it denies pluralistic experience and wipes it off the map. It's just completely totalitarian, and therefore leads to the problems that we see in our world. This, you know, you see this with Christian nationalism, you see it with wokeism, you see all these totalizing ideologies trying to take over, and perennialism is just as dangerous as the rest of them. I mean, it's fun to play with some perennial ideas a bit, but yeah, you got to be really careful to not let that override your critical skills of assessment, right? There's not the same goal in these religions, so how could they all speak to the same perennial philosophy, right? They don't have the same telos, so they can't all be part of the same. They all exist in nature, and nature is the ground of all being, but it's a groundless ground. It retreats from us. We'll never be able to pin down what one true thing is in human religion, because there isn't one. Yeah, perennial philosophy is garbage. It's not true. Matthias Layton, I meant that in the Supreme Ritual of Hexagram, more than one microcosmic force is invoked or banished at the same time, while in the GRH, you work by invoking each. No, none of that's true. Not in the Golden Dawn. I mean, someone might have interpreted it that way, but that's not what it is. I mean, there's no... in the Supreme Ritual of Hexagram, more than one microcosmic force. I don't know of any microcosmic forces invoked by the Supreme Ritual. It's a macrocosmic ritual. That's the whole point of... That's why it's called Supreme. That's why it's called Supreme. We don't call rituals supreme that are microcosmic. That's why we call it lesser, as in the lesser world, the minutum mundum, the lesser or lower countenance, right? So the greater countenance of the tree and the lesser countenance. So we have the lesser rituals and the supreme rituals. And nothing's invoked or banished at the same time. You're just on the Supreme Ritual X, we're invoking one planetary force, just one. The supernal SRH is different, but not much. While the GRH, again, there's no GRH like that's, if you're talking about a GRH, you're talking about a system I don't know. I don't know what that system is. By invoking each macro, you're not certainly, and even in the thelemic one, you're not invoking each macrocosmic force one by one. That's not the case. I mean, that's just not even how the ritual's drawn with the hexagrams, right? Agatha says, no hypnotism pact issue. I don't know what that means. Professional hypnotist people, no actual giving over personal authority. Right. The vow is that you don't allow yourself to be hypnotized, so that you could have information extracted from you. That's the vow. Thank you very much for the donation. That is very, very nice. Yeah. So that's where the prescription against hypnotism comes, to give over your will to someone. I'm aware of how hypnotism works. Yeah. And this was debated a while ago in the GD tradition, because people were like, does this mean we can't go to hypnotists? And it's like, no, that's not what it's saying. But for a while there was a time there where GD people were like, I can't go to the hypnotist to get me to, stop smoking because I took a vow. No, you can go if you want to go to a hypnotist to quit bad habits, then you'll be fine. I don't know what the W's for, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I was having an off day until I found this live. Well, that's great. Feeling grateful. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, thank you very much. Allie dude, wrong. You can think I'm not wrong about this. The entire world knows that that perennial philosophy is nonsense. The only people who don't realize that are people who usually haven't been to university or studied these things in depth in any way. That's the only people I see touting the perennial philosophy idea anymore. It's a very hostile way of viewing things. It's very totalitarian, because it says this is it's like, oh, you don't know what the truth is, but I know there's a secret truth that your religion connects with, and that's the ground of all religions. They all come from this one thing. That's not true. That's just not true. There's no historical or evidence pointing to that at all. And how could religions that have completely different endpoints actually all be taking you to the same place? They don't take you to the same place. They take you to completely different places. Okay, yeah, nice. So you think that because I disagree with you, that means I'm stupid, right? Oh, charming. Yeah. Well, at least you're apologizing for being rude. I like that. Or maybe you're not. Maybe you're just trying to ground it in. God, what's up with people? The spiritual world is subjective, but it doesn't mean all religions are saying the same thing. Exactly. There you go. Well said. Ali, listen to Nullhu X5C. Yeah, you can stand by that. That's fine. I mean, you'll be in good company with Dot, Darling, and all the other perennialists. Oh, you're still going on. If you've had my true mystical vision experience, you'd say this. I've had those experiences. Doesn't mean that it plays out the way that your mind thinks it plays out. Just because you have visions of unity doesn't mean that our religions are actually all going to the same place, to the same endpoint, or coming from the same endpoint. They have their own unique qualities, and that should be respected. Otherwise, you're just this totalitarian saying, I'm right and everyone else is wrong. And if that's the point of view you want to have, yeah, then fine. When you talk about the oneness of creation or reality, the monad, that's not the same thing. You're conflating two separate issues. If you're conflating this perennialist idea, but, there's the experience of oneness or the original source of all things, the monad. That's not the same thing as saying that all religions are about this one thing, because not all religions are about. Here's a great example. Okay. Gnosticism versus Hermetism. They both have this idea of the monad. They both have this idea of the logos. But one, Gnosticism, believes in henosis, that we all unite with the one, that you rise up and unite with one. Hermetism rejects that idea, believes in theosis, that you rise up and remain individuated as a divine star god or angel after death, if you're initiated and get your tunic of fire. So that's the Gnostic and the Hermetic view that are not compatible. They can't both exist. They can't both be true. And it doesn't matter which is true. That's where the oneness comes in. That's where Adonai Echad comes in, because if you're worried about which one's true, well, that's different for each of us. And we're on our own unique journey with God, in my opinion. But you can't just say that perennialism is right, because perennialism doesn't know how to reconcile those two things. How can henosis and theosis both be present? They can't be in perennialism. So people following one path can't be following the other path. Yeah. You got to allow for, we want any kind of healthy future for the world, we have to allow for pluralism. We have to allow for diversity of belief, which means spiritual freedom. And if you go around saying, oh no, secretly we're all one, that's like the saying, that's what that's why we have the problems in our countries we have now. We're like, oh, all religions deep down are the same, so we can all mix together and everything will work out. And then one of them genocides the other, because guess what? They're not all the same. Yeah, flat earthers. Yeah, Dot Darling is a very proud perennialist because she's uneducated and doesn't know what she's talking about. Enlightenment means something different. No, enlightenment's possible, but that's different in each religion that has it. Enlightenment to a Buddhist is the genocide of consciousness, of sentience, the eradication of it. Enlightenment for me would mean transforming into dying and gaining my tunic of fire and becoming like the angels or star gods, but even greater, because I was once a dying god, and this is what the Hermetic path teaches us. And that's my view of things. For a Gnostic, it would be becoming united in the one henosis, the singular experience of the divine without individuation. And so enlightenment means different things to different people. And why would we want to not allow that? Why would we not want that spiritual freedom to exist? Frater Jester says, I'm extremely aware of what kind of dogma I listen to and express, sing it online spaces. I don't think I will ever take every side because of people would judge me based on. Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Yeah. She lost her book deal. Darling lost her book deal after trying to cancel me. She stood me up on a podcast, just didn't show up, just left me sitting there on Zoom waiting to start the episode with her, and just didn't show. And then I went to look into why she didn't show. She wouldn't respond. She was telling people to cancel me and calling me names. And it's like, what happened? 1 minute you were cool and going to come on. This was years ago. and now you're attacking me after standing me up. And then when her book deal got canceled because of accusations of neo-Nazism, which I don't think are true, but whatever. No sympathy, eh? No sympathy. Then you put out your book on your own and it's trash. Frater Jester, despite me considering calling myself Buddhist, working out with the Vajrayana and understanding the God, I love Eastern religions and philosophy in the Western. Yeah, they're good. That's good. Sounds like you're well on your way. Whew, that's a lot of talking. Let's listen.
You feel the sheen of the nemesis against your temples. You don't feel your human hands. You feel the weight of the Phoenix Wand or the Ankh. You must hallucinate the reality of the god so intensely that it overwrites the sensory data of the physical.
Definitely don't hallucinate the god. Hallucinations are uncontrolled, and the Golden Dawn doesn't do uncontrolled stuff like that. It's the opposite of the whole purpose of our system.
Room. This is the...
You definitely don't want it to override anything.
Synchronization. You tune your internal frequency to match the external shell. In this state, the human personality...
No, you're not matching your internal frequency to match the shell. That's otherwise, why would you need it? Why would you need it? You just be it. No, you're putting it on like a garbing, you're dressing in it so that it has the influence without influencing you necessarily that much. You're limiting how much it can influence you so you can still get through the initiation wearing a god form. Yeah, but also the officer usually doesn't create the god form, the Hierophants do, so the officers aren't even aware they're in god forms usually, but he doesn't know that.
The lower self goes into sleep mode. You're creating a vacancy in the driver's seat. Now, what if I told you that these entities we call gods are actually coherent bundles of frequency?
Agatha says Ernest Holmes was saying that a ton all religions basically the same. I was very annoyed by that. Yeah, I mean they're not. I mean they only seem that way if you the way perennialism works is that it only looks at things that are slightly similar, then conflates them. It's very illogical. And it ignores everything, all the differences. So if you ignore all the differences between things, then a truck can look like a watermelon because they're both made of matter. Like when people tell you, God told me, exactly. That's what I wrote my master's thesis on, that issue of like when people tell you, God told me, duh. Yeah, I wrote my master's in seminary on that, and it's published. You can get it. Frater FC. Hey, brother, how are you doing? I'm well. June 13th is just around the corner. I finally had to get the YouTube app to join and support. So, okay. Well, good. Yeah, you're here on YouTube. Now it's giving me crap about purchases not available through the app. I don't know how the YouTube app works or about purchases not available through the app. I don't know anything about the YouTube app or how it works, unfortunately. Sorry. But, Google it, chat GPT it, ask it how it works. If you're trying to spend money on an app, guaranteed someone will tell you how to do that. They will make that journey easy for you. Anytime I've ever wanted to spend money in my life and had a struggle, people have been very willing to help me find out how I can give them my money. So I'm sure you'll be able to sort that out. What was that? Matthias Layton says, I had learned that the SRH is for working with macrocosmic planetary. Yes. Paths and Sephiroth, and you use the elemental hexagrams. There's no element. Well, I see what you mean. The broken hexagrams are they elemental? A little bit. It's just that they're set to the macrocosmic arrangement of the temple based on the zodiac. So like, water's in the north instead of earth, for example. But the supreme ritual hexagram is for absolutely working with planetary forces, not paths. Paths are not macrocosmic. Paths are microcosmic. Paths are how we experience the Sephiroth. So like Saturn is in Bina, but we don't experience Saturn in Bina ever. We experience it on the path of Tav between Malchut and Yesod. That's where Saturn is for us. So the paths are subjective, internal experiences of the faces of God that we see reflected in disparate unity through the Sphira. Brad, excellent convo. Thank you very much. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. You guys are the best. Yeah, appreciate it. Agatha, never apologized. DD, I've had issues with certain folks. I'm too C fertilizer to share. Just okay. I sort of get what you mean, but I appreciate that you're doing voice to text or whatever. So that's cool. And again, thanks for all the support. Let's get through this video because we got more.
You're essentially matching your internal impedance to their external broadcast. Once the fit is tight, once you feel the colossal height and the ancient weight of the form, you're ready to ignite the flame. This brings us to the vibration. In the Neophyte grade, you vibrate a name to call a force, but in the grade of Adeptus Minor, inside the god form, the mechanic changes. You do not.
How on earth is he talking about the grade of Adeptus Minor? I mean, at least when I know a lot of really great magicians who did learn and started their journey in books and stuff, but you haven't done it. Like, you haven't been through that. It's just shocking level of stolen valor.
Vibrate the name at the god, you vibrate the name as the god. When you inhale, you're drawing the astral light of the universe into the massive chest of the deity, and when you speak, it is not your vocal cords that are vibrating. The sound creates a feedback loop. It cements the identification. The vibration is the password that grants you access to the archetype's power. Now, at this moment, if the ritual is successful, there's a click, a shift in pressure. The I that is speaking is...
There is a way that to know if you've done the god form. It's surprising that he knows that there is a way, but he doesn't know what it is, so he's making one up.
Is no longer Jane or John. The I is the Lord of the universe. The I is the opener of the ways. The signals you send out in this state, whether for banishing, for invocation, or for talismanic consecration, carry the weight of the Archon. You are commanding it with the authority of the architect.
Where's it? What do Archons have to do with this? There's no Archons here. These are god forms. And none of that last stuff he said is at all really the case in the GD system. It's the methods he's describing I wouldn't recommend. I suppose if I say that I should get a little granular. I mean, just the whole, I mean, the error starts at the beginning in this approach with the idea that you're putting yourself aside and becoming the god. That's something very different to god form work. It's more like Haitian Loa mounting. That's like getting possessed. And again, we're not doing that with god forms. But again, how would he know?
This is the secret of the inner order. The ritual is a...
How do you know what the secrets of the inner order are when you've never been through the outer order? That's what I want to know. And none of those are secrets. There are secrets, and by which I mean things that people have noticed across orders. So common that that all the orders that everyone notices who does it, and he's not mentioning those things.
Direct line to authority.
No, the thing I like about this is that it's not AI. He's obviously a serious practitioner as best he can be, given the fact that he's ignoring all the resources available to study the Golden Dawn today. There's amazing resources, as you all know. The Light Extended books, the forums, the teachers that are out there, the podcasts, there's tons of information. He's practicing out of a tradition, and that is a modern magic tradition. But he's pretending to know the Golden Dawn when what he knows is modern magic, which is a fragment of the GD diluted by other practices and teachers and systems and mixed up so that you don't really know what's what, which is why he's recommending you violate the Neophyte vow in this practice, which you should not do. This might be good training to become an uncontrolled psychic.
All of that beauty aside, let's address the hazard. The Golden Dawn warns against ego inflation. If you do not disconnect, if you do not banish the form and return the energy to its source, you risk the goditis of the occultist. The ego begins to believe it is the deity. The lines between the signal and the receiver get blurry. The guardian of the threshold is waiting for those who cannot distinguish between the mask and the face. So step out of the form with the same precision you used to step in. Ground.
It sounds like he's confusing multiple different ideas here, like the dweller of the threshold idea, the idea of the ego being overridden by the God form, which is what he's also recommending you do, but then you get rid of it properly. These are different things that I wouldn't put together, honestly. I think they're dealt with separately. But yeah, and then the Archon thing was very odd, but again, that I don't know what his religious points of view sounds like. He's sort of a New Age Gnostic type point of view, which is interesting. But again, doesn't have a place in the Golden Dawn system, really, as part of the system. That would be your personal spiritual beliefs. And given this is modern magic, that's fine. Yeah, Gnostic archons are a thing. In the Hermetic tradition, they're not the same as the Gnostic tradition. Again, the perennial idea, or the idea of the Prisca Theologia, right? So the perennialism and Sophia Perennis, which is perennialism, and the Prisca Theologia idea are two slightly different ideas. One is that we're constantly looking back in time to find the one sacred religion as it was that unites all things, which again is a very totalitarian way to look at things, at life, and erases culture. It erases individuation. It erases spiritual freedom. And then there's the Prisca Theologia idea, which is the idea that we have only pieces of an original religion. If we put them together in the right way, we'll get a sense of what that original one was. Same issues as Sophia Perennis. Yeah, you can get my thesis. It's published as The Ethics of Understanding God on Amazon. And I'll have a new second edition of it out soon with some reviews from a bunch of PhDs who have offered to write nice reviews for it because they like it. And I've changed one sentence. So if you want to hold off, you can, or if you can get one of the last copies of the current edition before it's gone, go get The Ethics of Understanding God. And it is a technical work of hermeneutics and mystical theology. So there's lots of sentences that will be perfectly understandable to you, but some sentences will be technical and rely on technical knowledge that you just won't have. But that's okay. It's written still that it could be generally understood by most people. Some of the debates and issues and technical stuff are just very academic and require you to understand the debates between theologians and philosophers like Kevin Hart versus Robert Corrington versus Macintosh. There's just a whole bunch of issues that, it's academic. So Rose of Flame says, I don't have to tell you for every good book there are multiple bad ones. Yeah, no, you don't.
The circuit, otherwise the residual charge will fry the hardware in your daily life. Godform assumption, it's the bridge between human aspiration and cosmic authority. It is the method by which you transcend the limitations of your biology and tap into the universe. The mechanics I've just shown you are powerful, but they're just the raw code. To run this program consistently without overloading yourself, you'll probably want to have an operating system. In May, I'm opening the doors to the Golden Dawn Ceremonial Magic course. We are building the entire ritual architecture.
See, that's the crazy thing. He's taking the name of the tradition and speaking as though he's a teacher of it when he's never been in it and never gone through it.
Architecture from the ground up, week by week. From the Neophyte Hall to the portal of the vault, I will walk.
Just rock back and forth during meditation each day and say, I invoke all spirits. I welcome all spirits. Just do that every day and you'll become a highly uncontrolled psychic. I know. These are big claims, eh?
You through every sign, every grip, every god form.
And that's the thing. You can tell he comes from the LTC school because they make these huge promises that cause people to upheave their lives. And I know because they write me when they fall apart. And like, I did the Kabbalah Great Work Transformation, and I put everything into it, made every sacrifice, and I don't have any of the special secret powers that I was promised. And and now I have to move back in with my parents. I've gotten multiple emails like that, and I've dealt with dozens of people the last 6 years who have been like, what do I do now? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I mean, you destroyed your life in search of powers promised to you by a book.
Prepare yourself. The application opens soon. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next.
Okay. Nick Sternfeld. Hey, Nick. Says, pretty sure the main, Mage, Damien Eccles. I mean, yeah, Damien knows he's doing his own thing. He's not saying I'm teaching Golden Dawn, right? Well, that's the difference here. Like, you know, the humility Damien has is epic. Damien is epic humility, and is very sincere and reflective and circumspect. All these things. Kabbalah, Magick, and the Great Work of Transformation is the opposite of that. It's not good. I think it's the most damaging book that has been published, and I think it's the only book that has done more damage than Israel Regardie did with his work. It's abominable, in my opinion. Some of the things that he says in it, I find shockingly unethical, and I really want to ask him about them if he wants to actually follow through and come on the podcast. It was his idea, so yeah, I just want him to be aware of my oppositional point of view on a lot of these things before he goes live with me. If you're still going to do that, I mean, we can talk about this stuff in a friendly way, but yeah, like, I find that book has devastated people's lives, just destroyed their lives. Again, that's on them, but this is the one I really wanted to look at.
The purpose of Golden Dawn magic is to restructure the psyche, to transform the psyche into something that manifests reality spontaneously. The goal is
Where does he get that idea from?
for things to happen around you naturally.
Again, that's a very big promise. And the restructuring thing, I mean, I would use different language. I think it's just a language thing. I would say awaken, initiate, open yourself up to that divine light that's already there,
Without having to force them to come into existence.
LTC is Liam Thomas Christopher, who wrote Kabbalah, Magick, and the Great Work of Transformation. Yeah. So, which again, I know a lot of people like that book. It's not Golden Dawn. It's written from a perspective that I don't understand how he could have had Golden Dawn training, let alone Ra Harakti just down the road from me here in Seattle. Like, it doesn't show signs that the person's gone through the initiations. There's no understanding the value or role of the initiations, which are so fundamental and crucial to our entire system. To strip them out of it and say that I don't even know where to begin. I mean, I stopped reading that book when my highlighter ran out of ink.
Process of remapping the psyche. Throughout this process, your
Welcome to the channel.
perceptions will change, your senses will sharpen, your habits will shift. If you clicked play hoping to find an incantation for magically manifesting yourself a yacht, then gird your loins, because if you commit to doing these rituals, exercises, and readings, you may find that you wake up one morning no longer wanting that yacht. Yes, you.
So that's funny, right? That's what a lot of people do, teach magic to sort of, well, Peter J. Carroll, who just passed, apparently targeted these sort of points of view a lot. Apparently he would really be harsh with people who would magic fails, right? Nick Farrell has a book called When Magic Fails. There's a lot of the magicians who make the most money, though, out there in the world are the ones who say their magic doesn't fail. And the way they do that and keep up this charade is by coming up with crazy ways to rationalize that what failed actually didn't fail. So if you're doing magic to get a yacht, your success won't be the transformation of yourself psychologically to the point where you don't want one. That's called a failure. And that's a cope.
You can manifest physical results that many would consider miraculous with magic, but that really isn't the essence, attitude, or deepest intention on this journey. As you study and apply these concepts, you sort of just start to live your life in a magical way. Things around you begin to glow.
That's
the
true.
sky is a bit bluer. You're learning new skills faster. You feel really good. You feel younger. Your overall quality of life is enhanced.
What are you reading now? Kabbalah Magic and the Great Transformation? Yeah.
As you surround yourself with astrological symbols, as you use the Tree of Life diagram, as you boldly vibrate words of power, as you draw the magic circle and unite the four corners of the elements, you are embedding a new lens that you see the world through, over your imagination, into your psyche, your aura, your consciousness. Magic, in a way, is like LASIK eye surgery for your imagination. Let's take it a step further.
Yeah, I've heard lots of people describe this stuff that way. I think there's two ways to approach it. One, you're brainwashing yourself into a new way of seeing the world, this overlay idea. And another way of seeing it is that you're training yourself to see things in a more balanced, like the Golden Dawn's all about balance. Anytime you hear anything that doesn't sound very balanced, probably it's not actually part of the Golden Dawn approach to magic and hermetic spirituality. We're very much balance focused. And so through that balance, we then see things in a different way. We're not deluding ourselves with some hypnagogic overlay or lens, right? We're not trying to tincture our natural lens of the world with some magical tincture that sees things through rose-colored or magic-colored glasses. We're trying to see clearly things as they are. And that is a very different project. That is a project we do through balance. Through balance, concentration, focus, and raising ourselves to be more aligned with our higher consciousness, our higher genius, higher self. We call it different things in the Golden Dawn. We don't ever call it the HGA. There's no HGA in the Golden Dawn.
Further, and imagine a person born blind. A person born blind with no eyesight, having no physical reference to light, color, human faces. This person will build what the Golden Dawn calls a sphere of sensation around themselves. The sphere of sensation is the framework of an imagination. Every human has a sphere of sensation, and the sphere of sensation that every human has dictates the floor and ceiling of the life they live. A person born blind will create a sphere of sensation around themselves of a life with no physical eyesight. Now, of course, a person born blind who may very well stay blind for their entire life.
How does this remind you of the game Fable? I've heard mixed reviews of that game. I'm not a big gamer, but once in a while I check things out. I usually just don't have much staying power in a game, usually. So I check things out. I'll check things out when I have time. But I also don't like sitting there playing video games alone. Like, it's just, I lost interest in that in my early teenager. Like, this is not as fun as rolling dice with your friends.
Most definitely can have a fun, rewarding, exciting, successful, sexy, and fulfilling life of purpose. Having said that, it will still be a life without physical eyesight, so naturally, there are some things that this person will simply not be able to do. Therefore, they will have a sphere of sensation around themselves, an imagination.
So he's just talking about the sphere of sensation as a natural thing that you develop, which is not really the Golden Dawn view of the sphere of sensation.
Imagining a life with certain physical limitations. Now, what if this person at the age of, say, 30 were to wake up one morning with 20/20 vision? Bombs would go off in their mind. The good bombs, the kind of bombs that say, now that I see color, I'm gonna go out there and paint. Welcome to Mage Space. This video is a guide for completing the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn's first grade, the Neophyte grade.
Oh, wow.
It has been a while.
Well, that's it. Okay. But when you've already said that you've not, why do people when you say you haven't done something, when you're like, I've not done this, let me show you how this is done. It's a very weird, I think it's this young, I blame I'm going to take the boomer box under and stand on it and be like, those kids. Like, there is something I've noticed in the younger people today where they just don't want to go through the learning process, and they want to jump straight to expertise and the position. They often say they will wish they were older because they want the facade of authority that comes with getting old. But that's not going to hold up, man. It's not going to hold up. It only gets you so far. When you open your mouth and start talking, people can tell if you actually know what you're talking about. So if you haven't done something, maybe don't try and teach it to others until you've done it.
Since my last long video, as I have spent the last several months moving into a new home. Now that things have settled, Mage Space postings will be more frequent. And if you like the sound of that, you can subscribe if you have not done so already, and tap the bell icon to get notified when new Mage Space magic drops. This episode covers several swaths of information that every neophyte must know in order to successfully pass the grade. This video contains some of the knowledge you will need to know, but the books are where you will find all the knowledge. Go to...
Which books? Not the Regardi books. Which books? I'll grab the book that you want. It's available now, so I'll grab a copy and you guys can see. I'll show it to those of you who don't know. It has been finally published, but only this last year. But yeah, so
to the books for your deepest studying and practice the rituals to make your new knowledge stick. By the end of this video, you will essentially have a treasure map for completing the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn's first grade, the Neophyte grade. This map, of course, includes the sources. Ritual practice will gradually transform you into
this is the one I wanted to do, because this I really know. This I very, very well know. And I've taught neophytes for over 30 years. As of November. So we'll see what he says, because I've gone through phases and changes and incarnations and upgrades in my knowledge and experience over the decades, for sure. So like, there are levels or stages to learning this stuff that make you a better teacher along the path. The fundamental thing that you have to understand is, what is the journey of the neophyte? As long as you know what that is, you can, fluctuate in how you guide people, how you train them. But if you don't know what that journey is, it's very hard to guide them, and you end up haberdashing people knowledge together in a way that often leads people to go in different directions rather than forward. We'll see how as we go along. Just grab a couple questions. What's someone, you guys talking about the gateway? Yeah, I don't care about the gateway process. If you're doing gateway, good for you. Nothing to do with what I do.
Thing more than human. Keep in mind, transformation is slow and requires years of dedicated practice. Through consistent use of voice, movement, visualization, and drama, you begin to infuse yourself with light, turning your body into a vessel for that light. Before describing the process of ritual, it's essential to understand the anatomy of the soul. Now, there are many ways to view the soul.
Brian, the magic mirror comment is from Big Promises. Snake oil salesman is what initiate you in the story. Yeah, it's a cheesy, corny stick of a game based in Celtic-like folklore. I don't know about the magic mirror and the Celtic folklore. That's interesting. I mean, the black obsidian mirrors come from South America. That's how the one ended up mixed up in Dee's stuff at the British Library, even though Dee never had or used a black mirror. But I don't know about a connection of the mirror to Celtic stuff. That's very interesting to me, of course. And yeah, become a channel member and get access to cool emojis that you can't see on screen, but you can see them in the chat. Oh, Fable. Okay. Is Fable the one with where you have to play a character that's like what do the kids call it? Chopped? The chopped person where you like have to be ugly? Is that game? Because I heard friends complaining about that game. Again, I'm not really a gamer. I'm trying to do it a bit more because it is good relaxation and relief. I do my monthly D&D game with friends from high school, believe it or not, once a month, which is a blessing. Love you guys. They're all magicians too, because of course they are in different schools of practice. And all right. Sounds good to me. That's Dark Souls. Okay. I don't know. Fable 3 is awesome. I'll take your words for it. I wish I had another life to be a gamer. I really do. It looks like so much fun. The people like, and it's interesting the stats on gamers too. Apparently, because they try to always be like, oh, they're these Cheez-It chuds in their basements, but actually the stats on gamers show that they're more likely to go on dates, more likely to get married and have kids, more likely to have hobbies that are outdoors than non-gamers. That's crazy. Isn't that crazy? Stats are interesting. Did you know that 98.7% of stats are made up on the spot, including that one? Good point. All right. I'm going to quickly have to take we'll take a two minute break, or a quick little break here, because I have to just go vent. I just have to vent. I have to deal. No, I don't. I just I'm going to play this little ad for my event. Bear with me. There it is. All right. Check it out. Going to be in Austin, Texas. You can attend online or in person. You can pay. We now have a 3-month payment plan to join this event. So get the payment plan while it's available. Go to arcaneresearchsociety.com or EnochiaCon.
The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnochiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com.
So I really would love people like I had Amateur Magus on. He was in the live chat when I was reviewing his videos, and now we're good friends. I'd love people like that, and even this guy, to come to events like the ones we're doing, because one of the best ways for us to improve the magical traditions is to force each other to do new work rather than regurgitate old work, however we see it. This is the 3rd year we'll be doing my EnochiaCon. Last year I didn't even do a presentation because I did such a major one the year before. I wasn't able to get something really worthwhile or worthy to do last year. And this year I'm doing 2, but I've been busting ass to put those together. So like, we need to challenge ourselves. We need to challenge each other. We need to do what this discursive work of interpretation and analysis and testing, and then encourage deeper research. Otherwise we just keep all splashing about in a kiddie pool rather than get out into the actual ocean and confront reality with our practices and our lives, and see what works, see what doesn't, see where we can change. What do you got to say? Your features change based on your deeds, good or bad. So they are ugly way. So if they are ugly, they are up to. Yeah, that's you and the phrenologists can go debate whether ugliness is a causally linked to behavior. I have heard that stuff, but it sounds like a form of phrenology to me. I'm glad you like the way I think in Fable. All right.
And no model holds exclusive truth. The model I am presenting is drawn from Kabbalah. We are using a blend of Kabbalah and modern psychology. In Kabbalah, the soul has at least 3 levels: the Ruach, or ego, the Nefesh, or animal soul.
You notice he doesn't mention the Hermetica or the basis of the things that the Golden Dawn tradition is based on, which is Christian Kabbalah. And from the Christian Kabbalah came what people now call Hermetic Kabbalah because of the Golden Dawn. That's the thing. Also, my first Kabbalah teacher was a Hasidic rabbi named Rabbi Yonasan Gershom. He's still alive in California, actually. He wrote a book and did a major study over many years looking at evidence of reincarnation from people's memories of the Holocaust. So he would interview people who had memories of the Holocaust and look at that as evidence of reincarnated souls from the Holocaust. Very interesting guy. One thing I learned from him is that this whole formula and structure of the Nefesh, the Ruach, the Neshama, it's different in different traditions of Kabbalah, right? So some have the Ruach down as in Yesod, and the Nefesh in Malchut, like he did, I believe. So there's these frameworks. Even the framework he's giving you is meant to be more fluid than it actually is presented by a lot of Western magical traditions as this. So this is Kabbalah. That's not really how Kabbalah works. Kabbalah is itself more fluid than that because, again, it's the map, not the terrain. Brian says, yeah, I'm always curious when people talk about gates and doors or portals. Like, who's talking about, did we pick the right one, or CERN trying to open a mirror? Okay, that's wild. Yeah.
And the Neshama, or higher self. The Ruach is our persona. It's the character we assume as we navigate the world. A vehicle, a mask, an ego that isn't actually real. It operates between the spiritual and...
See, right there, it's like, that's so contrary to Victorian, like, for a lot of Rosicrucianism, Western Victorian occultism, blah blah blah. The ego is the I, the higher self. The me is the lower self. But in the Kabbalah, the Ruach and Neshama and Ruach are don't fit that schema at all, because they exist in a different schema. These are all being mapped over the body of God, the body of Adam Kadmon. So to then reduce them to some psychological trope is extremely unhelpful, at the very least. It's at the very least unhelpful to understanding what these things are meant to represent.
Earthly realms, handling the tasks of daily life.
Okay. Oh, you're saying in Fable, if you do bad things, you become uglier. Oh, I thought someone was saying that in real life, ugly people are ugly because they do bad things. Okay, glad we cleared that up. I get confused when people are talking about video games because I don't know them very well. So good to know none of you were saying that you can tell evil people because they're ugly. I really thought you guys were saying that. Oh, Tucker Carlson just found out about Kabbalah. Well, you should talk to Madonna and Britney. Maybe they can. Maybe he'll be dancing topless with knives in his hand on Instagram soon.
And managing our self-image, but it's fragile, hovering between animal instincts below and divine realms above. Ruach means wind in Hebrew, symbolizing the element of air, a breath on the water's surface, like the divine breath in Genesis. The Ruach exists only as a phantom, arising from the harmony between the heavens and nature. The Nefesh is the lower soul, the water beneath the wind. Nefesh, or animal soul, is the subconscious, connected deeply to sensory.
See, the Nefesh is not the subconscious. The subconscious is a modern 20th century idea that's been very largely debunked. The idea that there's a secret part of ourself that we're just not aware of. No, modern psychologist sees the shadow self or the subconscious as evident in your day, in your life. Like, it's projected out around you. It's not inside you, it's outside you. You can see it in your world. And I've talked about that other times, but that's just the difference. It's because people get into psychology and they go back to Freud and Jung and stuff, but then they don't pay attention to what we know now, informed with neuroscience. That's why you still see people using old psychological categories instead of the modern ones that actually have a bit more credibility. People are still relying on Myers-Briggs, which is not like, do I match an INTJ? Perfectly. But is Myers-Briggs a reliable psychological profiling method? Completely not. Completely not. Not at all. But it's still fun, of course. It's just more, it's but the nephesh is your animal. Nephesh, it actually like comes from a word like to meaning the back of the throat in Hebrew. Nephesh, this animal thing, this like more like the reptile brain. It's more like that. Yeah, think of it more like the reptile, the instinctual mind. But it's not actually it's nothing like the subconscious at all. Again, and trying to mash all these things together doesn't usually work out too well. We tried it in the Victorian era and during the structuralist movement, and did it produce linguistics and semiotics and aid greatly in our understanding of philology and other systems of study? Yeah, it has a limited provisional use, but it's not a universal methodology. None of these things are. Yeah.
Perception and base instincts. It's bound to the physical body and processes cyclic biological rhythms, emotions, and instincts. Unlike the rational mind, the subconscious doesn't understand time.
The book, if you're interested in this kind of approach to Kabbalah, the book for you is called Adam and the Kabbalistic Tree, and it's written by Ze'ev Ben Shimon Halevi. Ze'ev Ben Shimon Halevi has done a lot of great books. Now, he was also the spiritual guide for people like Sinead O'Connor and stuff like that. Some other people, I don't want to say names in case I get it wrong, but his real name was Warren Kenton, and he was a British Kabbalist who then changed his name to Ze'ev Ben Shimon Halevi after I don't know if he converted or what the deal is, but a major influence for me when I was 14, 15, 16 was Adam and the Kabbalistic Tree, because he looks at the tree of life from a traditional Jewish point of view of Kabbalah, mapped onto biological and physiological functions. And there, at least, you have an informed, trained Jewish Kabbalist giving you the goods, as opposed to really reductive New Age versions, which is what mostly get recycled in Western magic. Yeah.
Becoming aware of sensory and bodily experiences puts you in touch with the nefesh, which is symbolized by the element of water. The neshama is the highest level of the soul, the higher self or superconscious mind, linked to the element of fire.
It's surprising he's just talking about the neshama and not the difference between the lesser neshama and the greater neshama. So like there's the neshama is bina, and then you've got the chia in Chochmah, and then the yechida in Kether, and all together you could call those the greater neshama, which is also arik anpin in Aramaic. Anpin is the Aramaic word for face, and whereas in Hebrew it's like panah. So that Aramaic and Hebrew words often do this little dance with the letters. It's quite interesting. Like, for example, here's how you say I'm not an American in Hebrew. Ani lo Amerikai. Ani lo Amerikai. You can all say this now every time you're traveling and you want people to know who speak Hebrew that you're not American. Ani lo Amerikai. How would you say that in Aramaic? Anach lach Amerikaya. Very similar. Anach instead of ani, and instead of lo, you have lach, and then at the ending, the suffix Amerikaya becomes Amerikai becomes Americhia, and you have these chia, these ya endings on Aramaic words. The differences between Hebrew and Aramaic is one of my favorite things to study, and I have all the rare books that you could get on it, and I'd love to talk more about it. But again, it's not a big interest to most people, unfortunately. That's where I spend my time, in those funny back rooms of study. Hopefully it will produce some more. I found my translation of the beginning of the Book of Horns, the major text on the cliff oath, that's never been translated out of Hebrew. And I started on it, but then I hired someone to finish it, and then they ripped me off. So don't trust those professors, eh? Watch out for those professors ripping you off. The way I see it, we project and are observed in 3 parts: dream self, shadow, not totally the Jungian sense, kind of like Bugs Bunny with his angels and demons on his shoulder. Sure. Yeah, I mean, whatever framework helps you navigate your journey in life is going to be, is what matters.
Embodies the heavens, transcending time and seeing all from its lofty position. It is the quiet voice, the forgotten divine nature. Unlike the ego, which relies on time and logical reasoning, the neshama communicates through symbols and subtle impressions, reflected through the animal soul.
So he's really relying on the interpretation of ruach as ego from the 20th century point of view, as the constructed self. But ruach doesn't mean that. Ruach doesn't mean ego in that, especially not in that sense. It's more similar to the Steiner sense of I versus me, higher and lower self. But even that doesn't map on. All these things don't map perfectly onto each other. They don't all mean the same thing. It's not one big mushy ball of meaning. They have different indicators and different things to teach us. And if we look at them uniquely on their own terms, then we learn those things. And then we can sort of see that tapestry in a beautiful way without conflating it and just loosely equivocating one thing as the other, which can lead to some disasters. For example, a disaster of seeing the ego as this sort of something that's essentially incomplete or somehow less than, especially less than divine, leads to this desire for ego death. Well, where's that gotten us? I mean, that's a dangerous place to go to. Good luck with that if you think you can handle living a life in this world without a healthy and well balanced, well purified, well matured ego. You'd be a nightmare to everyone you meet, because who are you? You're nothing. You're just, you see that in the people who follow cults, right? The empty happy eyes. Hi, have you heard the good news?
Interesting. The higher self communicates through symbols and subtle impressions, just like the animal soul does. That's why it's been said that the door to the divine lives in your subconscious mind. See,
I also find it very odd that in discussing the how to get through the Neophyte grade, we're 7 minutes in, there's this mostly, Jungian, like pop Jungian psychology, not even really Jungian psychology. And Jung, of course, was very glad he wasn't a Jungian, because Jung disagreed with the Jungians. How do you like them apples? But he's talking about all this pop psychology, new age stuff about the levels of the soul, and not even in the context of the way the JD understands it. So I don't know how that has to, how that has anything to do with the Neophyte grade. He's certainly not talking about what matters in the Neophyte grade at all yet, but we'll get there. Hopefully he does.
how it's all connected. Conscious, subconscious, super conscious.
Okay, yeah, that's all. He would have gone over very well in the mid-90s saying this stuff. This would have been right, but he's like 30 years out of date. We moved on since the 80s and 90s.
Ego, animal soul, higher self. Each person is a union of...
See, like, what is super consciousness? What does that even mean? Sure, I know more or less what Jung said, but we know the subconscious, in the way he meant it, isn't a thing. The ego is not consumed by all that is conscious. I mean, the ego does have the shadow, which is manifest in our lives as all the things that we're not dealing with and aren't balancing and working out. And that's the shadow.
Higher self.
And then the superconscious, I guess that, whatever, I don't care. I'm not going to nitpick all of this. It's just neshama, higher self, superconscious, 3 ideas that, I mean, we used to do this kind of conflation a lot more, but it didn't It didn't check out over time. And it certainly, here's the downside for us as magicians. It separated us from being able to discuss things from up-to-date scholarship, science, and spirituality. When you get stuck in these old models of conflation and equivocation, you shut yourself off from everyone else who keeps moving forward. And you don't want to do that. You want to stay up to date. And that's why one of the reasons we're checking out what the internet thinks is good information. I mean, this is the biggest channel in Golden Dawn on the internet. And so this is what people are learning from.
And animal soul, fire and water, with the ego hovering between, like wind over the waters, contemplating the image of the heavens reflected from below. Think about that the next time you say, "For about me flame the pentagrams, and within me shineth the six-rayed star." Our hero's journey begins with the breath work.
Let's be clear, that is not what you should be contemplating when you say, "Before me flames the pentagram, and behind me shines the six-rayed star." Yeah, and it's not about me, it's before me. That's a mistake he made, but easy one to make.
The very first habit to embed into the new you is proper breathing. How to breathe. Understanding how the breath affects the body. Inhaling through the nose is a must. Throughout the day, we should be walking around with our mouths closed. Exhale through the nose most of the time, but it's okay to exhale through the mouth also. This will happen naturally while speaking, and there are many exercises that call for mouth exhalations specifically. If you are
The last scientific update I heard on this was said to breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. But again, that's just me watching scientists talk on YouTube.
brand new, the first thing to start doing every day is the fourfold breath.
I guarantee he'll get this wrong because most Golden Dawn orders still get this wrong, but I know better. I got it right. I can prove it. I already have proven it.
Turn it into a daily exercise. The fourfold breath. You can do this standing, sitting, or laying down. Loosen up, relax, allow your tensions to dissolve. Close your eyes and visualize the skin on your body. There are millions of pores on your skin.
Hey, there's no visualizations necessary for the fourfold breath, but he's expanding the teaching here, so that's fine. Maybe we'll actually get something out of it. Pore breathing is a idea from Franz Barden. I've never found it to be harmful to integrate it, so there you go.
Notice your breath and see the pores on your skin expand with each inhalation and exhalation, letting air in and out of the body. Feel the air penetrating and dissolving into the deepest recesses of the physical body. Now, as you begin to do the fourfold breath, maintain the visualization of air entering and exiting your body through the pores of
But what is the
skin.
fourfold breath? So he's
With
conflating
each inhalation
pore breathing
and exhalation,
with rhythmic breathing.
Breathe into the belly. And
The other name for fourfold breath in the Golden Dawn is rhythmic breathing. And that's the key to understanding what it actually is. The four is the biggest thing that's going to throw you off from understanding what the fourfold breathing is in the GD historically. The pore breathing thing again is just Franz Barden, and he's uniting them. I mean, when you connect two things that other people haven't heard connected because they're not connected, it makes it sound like you know something others don't know. So that's why some teachers do that. If you're like, look how I've connected these two things, it's like, oh, you're a genius. It's like, well, that's not that genius. It's just it seems like it maybe, but again, I'm not faulting him for that.
feel your belly expand deeply all the
He
way
still hasn't
to
said
your
anything
lower
about how to do the
abdomen.
fourfold breath.
As your lungs gradually
Not a
start
word.
filling, allow the chest to expand as well, all the way to the top of the rib cage.
Yeah, so I mean, breaking it down bit by bit like that is not telling you how to do the technique. There is a technique here, and I'm curious if he's going to mention what it is.
You should expand to the point where the shoulders almost slightly lift. In this way and with this form, inhale for 4 counts, hold the breath for 4 counts, exhale for 4 counts, and hold the breath for 4 counts. Then repeat in a magical way. You must cultivate a space of oxygen.
Sorry, I fucked that up. I bounced back on the thing.
Pour all the way to your lower.
So, yeah, he just said the wrong thing. That's not true.
Breath, maintain the visualization of air, and 4-fold breath. You can do this standing. Feel the air penetrating and dissolving.
So the counting is one of the worst things you could do. Rudolf Steiner was very clear that, so when I started doing 4-fold breathing, I was taught to count 4 breaths. You exhale, so your lungs are empty, hold it out for 4, inhale for 4, hold it in for 4, breathe out for 4. I was taught that was it. What did it do? It caused my breathing to go offline as an automatic function. This is one of the most damaging and dangerous things you can do to your body. Obviously, it didn't take it off entirely, but it got me to the point that I was constantly having the breath catch in my chest. This doesn't happen to everyone, but when you take your breathing and push it, nudge it to being a conscious instead of an unconscious thing, you're doing tremendous damage to your body's natural systems. Rudolf Steiner, therefore, said this is one of the worst things you can do psychically, spiritually, and physically. Because Steiner wasn't about just all the spiritual stuff. He was about gardening, bioorganic farming, the physical body's medicine. He was about all. That's what was amazing about it. He was a full spectrum, a full stack mystic. He was a full stack mystic. When Tomberg came along, it was all about, Hermeticism and Christianity and all these spiritual things, magic and Martinism. Steiner said he's the teacher of the spirit, because Tomberg focused mainly on these higher spiritual things. He said he's the Platonic teacher of anthroposophy. But Steiner was interested in not just the stuff Tomberg was focusing on, but the full spectrum, which is why many people would say Tomberg wasn't fit to really replace Steiner as the prophet of anthroposophy, or initiate, if you'd like, because he focused mainly on the more esoteric occult stuff, whereas Steiner was worried about, he created the Waldorf school system, the strongest and most reliable in private school system to this day in the world, where students get far higher academic standards even than the schools that are focused on academics. So taking your breathing offline can be dangerous. Steiner said so I knew I was doing something wrong back in the early mid-90s, taking my breath off of automatic breathing, because it was catching. I would struggle to breathe. And I didn't know what to do, because I was told this was, the Golden Dawn Adepts who trained me didn't know everything, and they got this wrong. Like most people get this wrong. And you really should not be counting your breaths. Now, then today, finally, in recent years, I saw an original manuscript. Sam Scarborough or someone like that sent it to me. Then they wrote an article on it. He still likes the counting, and that's where we really butted heads on that. I'm like, no, you shouldn't do it. You really shouldn't do it. You should just focus on the rhythmic breathing, on letting it naturally, rhythmically breathe your body. Find that natural equilibrium. That is way more Golden Dawn than like in for 4, hold for 4, 4, 4, count it like a military. Anytime you see someone getting militaristic in the Golden Dawn system, you know that they're not a good teacher. They're a dangerous person, perhaps even, because they're just too regimented, and spirituality and mysticism can only get so much out of over regimentation. So the 4-fold breath is a perfect example, a perfect microcosm of this problem, where people started to believe that you need to be counting in some way, and it's just completely wrong. And here's the icing on the cake. Here's how I can prove that you were not meant to count. Because the reason it's called 4-fold breathing, and this is what the original manuscript makes clear, is because there's 4 parts of it. That's why it's called that. It's called rhythmic breathing. That's its proper name. Rhythmic breathing, rhythmic or 4-fold breathing, or 4-fold or rhythmic breathing. The point is that it's rhythmic, and it's set to the rhythms of your natural body. You're not trying to force and overlay a mechanistic numerical rhythm to your body's natural rhythm. You're meant to find your body's natural rhythm of breath, and that comes through inner balancing, not from mental numeration and regimentation. The reason it's called the 4-fold breath And even Scarborough, before he passed, didn't like the fact that I noticed this, and apparently everyone else was just too regimented to realize it, is because it says in the document, you breathe out, you hold your breath, you breathe in, you hold your breath, you breathe out. And those are the 4 folds. The exhalation is a fold, the holding it out is a fold, the inhalation is a fold, and the holding it in is a fold. Those are the 4 folds. It's 4-fold because there's 4 parts to breathing, not because of any numeration. There's no number counting. That is the big mistake. So I'm sure there's tons of questions, but there's too many for me to go through. I'd be here all day. So yeah. If it's an important question, super chat it or repeat it, and maybe I'll get it. What's that one? Agatha. Okay, you disagree. It's a bad idea to control your breathing. I think yoga experts around the world for centuries. No, they don't disagree with me on that because I was raised in that tradition and I know exactly what they say. Yeah. Yeah. This is the world I grew up in, was in the Maharishi Yoga land. And they have just as many disagreements about this as the Western world might. But again, it's very dangerous to take your breathing off automatic functioning. Physiologically, it's dangerous. So the point is that if you're counting, you're doing it wrong. It's 4-fold because there's 4 components to it. You're not meant to be counting. The point is it's meant to be a natural rhythm. That's how it is in the Golden Dawn anyway. I'm well aware there's yoga systems that do all this kind of automation of breath work, but that's different if you're doing it in the context of an exercise than causing your breathing to naturally be regimented to accounting, right? So 4-fold breathing shouldn't be regimented to accounting. If you're doing some yogic technique that temporarily has you for that technique do some counting, that's different than changing the way you breathe in general, which is what this would do if you're counting all the time. And it's why so many people I've met who do this have the same breathing problems that I had as a young man.
Into the deepest recesses of the physical body. Now, as you begin to do the 4-fold breath, maintain the visualization of air entering and exiting your body through the pores of the skin. With each inhalation and exhalation, breathe into the belly and feel your belly expand deeply all the way to your lower abdomen. As your lungs gradually start filling, allow the chest to expand as well, all the way to the top of the rib cage. You should expand to the point where the shoulders almost slightly lift. In this way and with this form, inhale for 4 counts, hold the breath for 4.
Oh, here's one. Super ego, but the neshama refers to things in Kabbalah, right? The superego refers to things in 20th century Jungian philosophy, or is it Freud? I forget which one coined that term. They're different things. Like there's a set of assumptions that come along with the neshama that don't come along with the superego. So if you use the superego as a model to understand the neshama, you're losing all the things that come along with the idea of the neshama. Just so if you understand the neshama via the superego, same thing. You end up cutting things out of your understanding.
Counts, exhale for 4 counts, and hold the breath for 4 counts. Then repeat and repeat. When holding the breath, do not block the throat. When counting to guide your breath, you don't need to go at any particular speed. The breath pattern is what is most important. Go as slow as you feel necessary. You can, of course, do this exercise for as long as you like, but maintain it for at least 5 minutes before daily ritual work. When you get comfortable maintaining the visualization without very much concentration,
I mean, the goal of breathing before ritual work is not to meet a certain time requirement. It's just to relax and to find balance in yourself. That's the focus. Don't focus on the clock. Focus on the state of being you're looking to enter into. Brian says, in regular activity, it should be rhythmic, but for certain things like recovering from anxiety. Exactly. Let it be purpose driven. Let breathing techniques, when you do use them, be purpose driven and not a matter of course. Let your breathing be it should be a natural your natural breathing when you're trying to relax should be a reflection of your natural body, so that you know where you are. It's calibrating where you're at, and then you're guiding it there through relaxation. It's not this mental exercise that people are doing it as. Yeah.
Build upon the visualization and extend the porous nature of your skin into the depths of the
I see what you're
body.
saying there. Yeah, no, they're not. Fourfold breathing isn't meant to be all the time, but it's but the technique of counting fourfold breathing is not a Golden Dawn thing, and the reasons I've outlined.
Going deeper and deeper. See flesh and bone overlaid and interlocked as porous through and through.
Yeah, no, Agatha, he's not suggesting you do this all the time, but this practice is not the way it's done in the Golden Dawn. It's not, you're not counting your breath, because that's unhealthy. And it's not the way of the Neophyte, or just to make rank in Neophyte. We don't make rank, but I think I know what you mean. But yeah, no, we don't. There's no counting of 4 in the fourfold breathing of the Golden Dawn. It's called fourfold breathing because it's box breathing. It's got 4 components, and you want it to be natural. Nick says, I used to think the fourfold breath was supposed to be performed during the LBRP and all other rituals, making rituals twice long. Yeah, that's a mistake. See, that's where it leads to if you have this idea of this counting. The counting is not helpful. It's hindering people.
Like a sort of sponge. Feel the air circulating over, under, and all throughout the depths of your being, nourishing every cell from within. If you feel dizzy or ill from the abundance of oxygen, stop and begin the ritual again after you have resurrected.
He just pointed out a problem with his methodology. If you do it the way you're supposed to, that won't become a problem. That problem only exists because of this whole recommendation that's being made. So even he's aware of the problems that his recommendation leads to. Whereas if you just do it the proper way, no problems whatsoever. Yeah, I already addressed that. There's no counting. There's just no counting. That's a mistake. It's a mistake we all did for way too long, and to harmful effects. And he just pointed out another harmful effect of that counting of that method, which is over oxygenation. I mean, you can do that once in a while for certain techniques. It's not a bad thing, but you want to make sure you have someone who knows what they're doing taking care of you, because it can be dangerous.
Eventually, you won't get dizzy anymore. The butterfly of the dizziness caterpillar is a sense of relaxed well-being or bliss. How do you feel in your spirit right now? How is your heart receiving this information? How is your mind receiving this information? If you would like to let me know, you can do so by leaving a comment. If you have questions, ask away, and it will eventually be addressed one way or another in a future video. I am making more question answering videos. Alright, now that we know how to breathe, let's get acquainted with the first big book, Kabbalah, Magick, and the Great Work of Self-Transformation by Liam Christopher Thomas. This is a very helpful text. Liam gives you an improved Golden Dawn curriculum.
Liam Christopher Thomas? You got his name wrong, man. Am I crazy?
Curriculum for independent magicians that want to go all the way. This is the first book that I have listed in.
Except it doesn't take you all the way. Otherwise, people wouldn't keep coming to me saying, I finished his book and I'm lost. I don't know where I'm going or where I'm meant to go. This is one of the most common things I've had to deal with, is the fallout the last 6 years from his work. I mean, it's kind of defined my professional life. And that's not a good thing. I don't want to spend my career dealing with the fallout of someone's bad advice who doesn't take ownership of what they're teaching. And I find this book doesn't take ownership of what it's teaching because it pretends to be something it isn't.
the description below. If you really want to do the Golden Dawn grade work in an organized way, buy Liam's book first. Liam also has a YouTube channel. I think it's great. He's a soft-spoken spiritual master spitting out very useful knowledge with no fluff. I love it. In Chapter 2 of Kabbalah Magic and the Great Work of Self-Transformation, you will see written the 5 aspects of magic that are essential for effective rituals. The big 5 are symbol, space, movement, voice, and drama. Symbol. Symbols in magic.
So it's a video on how to get through the Neophyte grade, and then he recommends a book that doesn't teach the Neophyte grade or even the Golden Dawn system. I guess that's what's going on. Don't know what else this. I didn't realize it. You'd at least think he would rely on Rigardi, which is actually Golden Dawn stuff, but he's relying on LTC, which is modern magic at its most popular, but arguably at its worst. One of the internet GD guys that was talking about how God isn't real or whatnot was a LTC guy. Yeah. It seems like a lot of them are. Again, this book has become the dominant book that people think teaches the Golden Dawn system, and it doesn't. And as a result, people end up spending a lot of time and energy and even money trying to find out how to correct all the errors in development that they were led through over years of their life through that book. And it's sad to see, because it doesn't have to be this way. It really doesn't have to be this way. That was my brain on Mage. I still sort of like Mage Space. I mean, yeah. I guess the biggest problem, I would say, is false advertising. False advertising is what the biggest issue is. It's not that his path couldn't be useful to people, just like LTC's path does work for some people really like it, clearly, but they think they're doing something they're not doing, examples galore. Yeah. What can I say? I don't know what to say. People are just gonna do what they're gonna do, and I don't understand why. Actually, I know someone who does understand why people do what they do. Here's some words of wisdom from a questionable but sometimes delightfully insightful source. Why do people make these choices to invent their own thing and pretend it's something else? Well, who knows?
The people are retarded.
There you go. There's someone's point of view. It's not necessarily mine, but it's someone's point of view.
Express the inexpressible, representing higher realms through their reflections in our world of space and time. The astrological symbol of Luna, the moon, for example. The symbol itself doesn't encapsulate the entire spiritual essence of the moon. This symbol is just lines on a piece of paper. But when this symbol is reflected in your mind and linked to specific ideas, it becomes a focal point of power. Symbols reshape the
Do you guys like the memes? Should I keep making a few more memes?
subconscious and allow impressions from beyond the physical to emerge. When properly visualized and contemplated, symbols channel real power. The pentagram is a symbol, and the pentagram,
See,
as you study...
I backed up. This would be a great place for him to quote the Neophyte initiation. By names and images are all powers awaken and reawaken. But through the course of him talking about how to get through the Neophyte grade, the one thing he hasn't mentioned is anything to do with the Neophyte grade. There's not been a single mention of anything in the Neophyte grade other than breathing, which is wild to me. No mention of the initiations. Why? Because these books don't deal with it. They don't know how to deal with it. They just do middle pillars and expect to become adepts and have superpowers.
The symbol itself doesn't encapsulate the entire spiritual essence of the moon. This symbol is just lines on a piece of paper. But when
Wait till Rose of Flame says, wait till you see what YouTube does with Goetia. I'm well aware of what the internet's done with Goetia. It's friends of mine who are making Goetia apps and shit like that. More power to them. I mean, all you demon lovers out there, you have fun. You go do the thing. Yeah. I mean, there's lots of serious goetic material out there. Go see John R. King III or Mihai Vertigero. Joseph Peterson's put up books, Stephen Skinner, Ashen Chassan, Aaron Leach. All of these people have done very responsible work with Goetia. But yeah, the internet will do what the internet does. Drama is a weird one for me, says Brian. I guess if you see ritual and rites as performance, then yes, it's a dramatic performance. I mean, yeah, there's psychodrama. It's very important. Psychodrama is important. The memes are good. The memes are good, but
the people are retarded.
So there you go. Sometimes you just have to meme to express things you can't express. Like, sometimes you're just like, I don't know how to express this properly, so I just have to,
My emotions!
There you go. Now I have to run and go to the bathroom because it's been 3.5 hours. I'll keep going if you will. Become a channel member. Just super chat if you can. Like and subscribe if you can't. Just like some videos. It really helps me out. And I'll give you a different ad this time. This ad's out of date. This ad is out of date, but it's still a fine one. Let's see, what will we do? Oh, there you go. This is Yeats, a poem by Yeats that then entered into the Golden Dawn grade material a little bit. The volume might be a bit high on this one, so you might want to turn down your volume a skosh, and I'll be back in a second.
Be you still. Be you still, trembling heart. Remember the wisdom out of the old days. Him who trembles before the flame and the flood, and the winds that blow through the starry ways. Let the starry winds and the flame and the flood cover over and hide, for he has no part with the lonely, majestical multitude.
All right.
And this symbol is reflected in your mind and linked to specific ideas. It becomes a focal point of power. Symbols
never heard of
reshape
Nimrod
the
Rosario.
subconscious and allow impressions from beyond the physical to emerge. When properly visualized and contemplated, symbols channel real power. The pentagram is a symbol, and the pentagram acts both as an attractor and a repellent for certain energies. The pentagram repels material conditioning in your subconscious mind. This is why it is often associated with protection.
Yeah, none of that is why we think the pentagram does any of the things it does. So he's just, rather than using Golden Dawn to explain things, he's making up new reasons to explain things. I guess when you do that, it's really easy to seem like you know stuff that no one else knows. So if you ignore traditional interpretations, this is one of the reasons why people say tradition is important, because otherwise you just start making up your own answers, and then it leads to a lot of weird stuff. It leads to it's a way to control people, to make it sound like only you have the answers, which is just never a good way to relate to the world. It's not a way that will allow you to grow as someone who's just another soul finding their way through the darkness. And you put yourself in this position of authority by having unique answers to everything. Well, what if you're wrong? What if you it's a strange place to set yourself into that position of the one with the answers.
From negative forces. It's a spiritual scarecrow. The pentagram also represents the human form in balance and integrity. When you stand in the shape of a pentagram, arms...
Yeah, that's a good way. That's a good. See, he mentioned balance for the first time. Integrity.
Wide legs spread,
And
you
we know how he's
embody the
using that word.
archetypical human destined to fulfill divine purpose. As you practice the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, I encourage you to explore the countless correspondences attached to this symbol and internalize them. Space.
See, if he had explored and internalized them, he could tell you about them. He has some LRP videos. We'll see what he says on those. Probably won't get to it today because it's already so long. But yeah, you know, rather than revealing your knowledge of like these symbols through practicing the system, just telling people to go explore it, that's an easy out, isn't it? Say something interesting. Say something that shows the insight of doing these rituals for a long time, which can be done by anyone. So anyone who's done them a long time will have amazing insights, unless they're doing something else.
Space provides the medium through which symbols interact. When arranged properly, symbols reveal realities beyond the physical, conditioning the subconscious mind to connect with the higher mind. The placement of symbols, such as 4 pentagrams in a circle, creates a sacred space that allows the higher mind to be glimpsed. When you correctly form a pentagram, it attracts forces that align with the ritual's intent. Its 5 points symbolize spiritual light reigning over the 4 elements. Learning to draw the pentagram in various ways allows you to adjust your internal balance, either emphasizing or de-emphasizing certain elemental influences.
That's not
movement.
That's not what the pentagram means. In this, he hit a few points, but he missed most of them. Balance, yes. The rest, not really. Not really. We have a unique understanding of these symbols in the Golden Dawn. And it's what makes the Golden Dawn system a system.
It is a key element in ritual, acting like the wind stirring the waters of the mind. Circular movements like circumambulation distribute symbols in a pattern that opens the door to the subconscious mind. When a magician...
That is not why we circumambulate and do things clockwise. Wow. I mean, it's like, has he read Regardi? Has he read the book? It doesn't sound like it now. Maybe he skipped the initiation parts, which is kind of important.
Moves in a circle, their subconscious creates a funnel, often called a cone of power. This funnel is where the negative influences are cast out and astral light gathers within.
So that's just a new agey sort of take them negative influences. Like, what's that? I mean, this is a psychological approach that, again, doesn't really have anything to do with the Golden Dawn. It's modern overlays or reinterpretations that take you further from what's valuable in the tradition, in my opinion.
The cone of power symbolizes the spiritual movement generated, with its base in the physical and its peak connecting to the divine. Voice. The voice is one of the most...
Yeah, there's a reason we create a vortex in the chamber, so that it's for solar. It's so that the light of the spiritual light of the sun may shine herein. Like it says so in the ceremony.
Most powerful conveyors of magical energy. It merges symbol and movement, creating its own vortex of power through proper vibration of words. Specific words, when chanted or spoken with intention, raise energy within a space or within the magician's body. Drama. Last but not least, drama is an...
What does any of this have to do with getting through the Neophyte grade? Like, are we even on the right video? This is meant to take you through the Neophyte grade.
Essential component of ritual. Without emotional investment, the ritual remains a mere physical action.
So far, what this has been is like a psychologization of Golden Dawn, Kabbalah, and ritual in a very sort of surface, New Age, 20th century pop psychological approach very vapid.
The feelings behind words and gestures provide the energy that drives transformation. Strong emotion taps into the subtle realm of the astral, making...
There he hit on a really important point, but I think you might not know how important it is, because I would emphasize that more. Emotion, passion, energy that we generate, the energia, which is so key in the Hermetic path. The energia of these mystical languages, of using languages mystically, even better said, to create the sacred space. Yeah. So yeah, that's good. Good. At least he's aware of that.
The ritual effective on a deeper level. Ultimately, these aspects of effective ritual are tools, not goals in themselves. There is a moment in every ceremony when consciousness reaches its peak and the divine is revealed. This moment transcends all ritual tools and actions, and the benefits from this moment will often manifest in your life much later. The real goal of ritual is to reach this still point where clarity and power flow from the divine, allowing transformation. Next, I am introducing the most basic and arguably most crucial ritual, the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. Traditionally,
by which he means to say the lesser ritual of the pentagram.
This ritual is used to clear a room of negative energy, preparing the space for more effective magic.
Yeah, so again, some minor use of the LBRP. It's a footnote in the original document. The main use is as the invoking form.
Magical workings, but its long-term benefits, strengthening one's spiritual foundation, are its greatest offering. Many have written about this ritual, including Israel Regardi, and I share it here because...
But if that was true, people would get that benefit from just doing the LRP every day, and they don't. They don't find great transformation or illumination or ritual power from just doing the LRP every day. They don't. It's beneficial, but if that's all you're doing, that's all you're doing, and you're not doing more.
Because it is fundamental to
it doesn't
the practice
function
of magic.
on its own in a vacuum.
If you've been on this path for a while now,
in a significant way, minorly, but not. It's being overblown.
Fair warning, these next few moments may be a bit boring. To engage in the art of transformation, you must cultivate a space, both externally and internally, where magical forces can be recognized, controlled, and balanced. The lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram helps create that space. It is a safe and effective ritual for beginners and offers a powerful way to diminish the influence of the material world, freeing...
Diminish the influence of the material world? How? How? Say how.
You to evolve in ways unbound by physical constraints.
See, this goes back to the big promises thing. Come on. I mean, yeah,
preparing to perform the ritual, find a quiet room where you won't be disturbed. Turn off all distractions, phones, TVs, anything that could interrupt your focus. Candlelight is preferable as it enhances the atmosphere of peace and privacy necessary for successful magic. One vital principle of magic is secrecy. Keep your magical work private. Talking about it drains the energy you've built. Surround yourself with...
Talking about your magical work does not drain the energy you built. That is such a new age hocus pocus misconception that's still being said, apparently. What? How is it so... you're not raising much if it gets drained. Where that comes from is the fact that our brains release a chemical when we do something. I forget which one. And if you tell someone what you're going to do, you get the same chemical release. So it makes it less likely that you're then going to do the thing because you've already gotten the reward, but you haven't done the thing yet. And that's where I think people get this idea that if you talk about your stuff, yeah, the seal of secrecy is important for lots of reasons. I just found the other day one of the first magical documents I ever wrote in my young life. Here it is. Oh yeah, I have this pile of old papers. I can show you some of them. Yeah, I had my mother when I was little had these beautiful pieces of paper, and I wanted to use them, and she let me. So I knew I was going to bind them into a book of shadows. But the first thing I wrote on one of them was this. I'll turn off one of these lights, see if that's better. Yeah. So yeah, this was one of the first things I copied out of a book for my own guidance. And to know, to dare, to will be silent, as you see on the graphic behind me. Yeah. To gain knowledge, to do ritual magic. 2, to practice it. 3, the manifestation. 4, to keep silent about what you're doing. Yeah, it's about what you're doing and what you're going to do. And be careful about who you tell about this stuff, because it can damage you. You know, you can lead to all kinds of social repercussions, especially when these things were practiced. It was generally illegal. That's one thing a lot of people get wrong about the secrecy stuff. I mean, it was often illegal. And, you know, Westcott had to ostensibly resign his position in the Golden Dawn because of the taxi cab papers that were left there to damage his reputation. So, yeah, no, and then on a photocopy of one of them, I wrote the first elemental prayer to the gnomes. This is the piece of paper I held up every day in Zelator, closing my LRP after doing my communion with the Archangel, which again is core recommended Neophyte stuff in my world. It wasn't part of the original orders training, but I would say that's a good thing to do in your LRP. And you don't hear that ever spoken of much by people these days. Dare to know, to keep silent. Yeah, sure. I mean, these things are useful and fun. I think Tomberg has a really good interpretation of them. Yeah, the dopamine response reward system. You all know what's up. You all know what's up. Of course you do. If you're listening to my channel, you know this stuff. Inertia dampeners in Star Trek, yeah.
People who support your growth and ensure your environment is conducive to privacy and reflection. This path requires you to prioritize spiritual development, which may mean leaving behind relationships or habits that hinder your progress. As difficult...
Yeah, Liam Thomas Christopher points out in his book, this is when I put the book down pretty much. He's like, yeah, if your spouse doesn't support your work, he's like, fuck that bitch, get rid of her. Like, he doesn't say it in so many words, obviously, but not far off. That's why I say it that way, because it's like, this is the worst advice you could give to any human being, let alone someone trying to improve their life with magic, to be like, oh, if the relationship doesn't serve you, fuck it. It's like, what? Like, if some people, sure, not your spouse. Like, if you don't put your day job and your family first, you shouldn't be doing magic. And you should probably just be a once a week churchgoer type spiritual person who goes to a yoga class or the local church. If you're the kind of person who would let your spiritual journey destroy the key relationships or family in your life, or make it impossible to do your job, which again is what a lot of people who come to me who have worked through Christopher's book have been dealing with. They got rid of the relationships, their girlfriends, their family, their jobs. They're just dedicated solely to becoming this great supreme magus, and it never has worked out well.
As it may be, embracing change will lead you to higher understanding and fulfillment. You can learn the LBRP from many places. It's in both The Golden Dawn and The Middle Pillar by Israel Regardie. It is in Liam Thomas's book Kabbalah, Magic, and the Great Work of Self-Transformation. It's in High Magic by Damien Eccles. I also have a version of this ritual as a guided ceremony on Mage Space. This is a great simple version for a...
Yeah, and don't visualize the pentagram as blue. The divine white brilliance, because it's a spirit ritual, not an elemental ritual.
Wide range of people. There are some differences, however, that render it not the best version if you are a person intending to go through all the steps of the Golden Dawn specific curriculum. It's great for people who like...
I have a meme for cult tactics. You want to hear what's going on with cult tactics up in Canada? Here it is. This is how you isolate people by launching this.
For the new
world order.
Yeah. Isolate 15-minute cities. We're cooked.
Adding new exercises to their routine a la carte, maybe people dabbling or just starting out to see if Western occultism is for them or not. This version was intended for people in that sort of a season. But for those...
No, Liam Thomas Christopher recommends having a therapist while going through his book because Rigardi recommends that while going through the Golden Dawn. So he's actually taking that from Rigardi. And yeah, a little therapy can be really helpful if you're planning on starting something like Magick or joining a magical group. It can be very helpful, especially later on. Not so much in the early stages, but later on it can be very helpful. You like that? The New World Order.
Those of you who intend to ascend...
Rather than negotiating a fair trade deal with Canada and America, he went to China. He said that in China. He's like, we're launching the New World Order in Europe, and Canada, he's selling off for parts.
Through all the levels of the Golden Dawn, then I would recommend either learning it from Kabbalah, Magick, and the...
See, this is the problem. They keep saying that this is Golden Dawn. They're not teaching Golden Dawn. They're teaching modern magic in their own way, and that's fine. But stop saying that you're giving people a system you're not giving them.
Great work of self-transformation, or from the Golden Dawn book, or from the Middle Pillar book. Eventually, I think I will write a book and create a curriculum myself. I've been organizing all the material from my collective body of work, and it's starting to look like an online...
But that's the thing. It's just taking material that's already written and presenting it in a half-assed, uninformed way with a little bit of experience, right? It's not original work, and it's certainly not based on an understanding of the Golden Dawn system.
Course for Magick, so that just may be on the horizon for Mage Space as well.
Yes. You mentioned there's a work published in the last year that's more complete than Rigardi's work. What's it called? Let me grab that. Okay. So, I grabbed 2 copies by accident. I don't know. Where's the dust jacket? The Complete Rituals of the Golden Dawn. Here you go. You can get that. It's not the Stella Matutina ones. It's the original ones. So Rigardi published not the Golden Dawn, actually. He published the Stella Matutina. The Golden Dawn is different. And there's less sort of magical stuff in the original Golden Dawn material. I have a couple copies. This is my this one was actually damaged when it arrived, so I'm gonna have to have it rebound. It arrived damaged, but the author sent me a second copy. So good for you, Frater. Go to Cherubim Press to get the original Golden Dawn rituals, and the lectures and knowledge lectures are here. Massive 700 and something page book. You can get a copy. Soon in paperback will be out in not too long. And here's the original teachings of the Golden Dawn. And you don't find this published anywhere else. And it just came out, so brand new. Yay.
Have gone through the Fourfold Breath and the LBRP. 2 of the 4 rituals a neophyte must do every day for at least 6 months.
Such bad advice. It's such bad advice, and that you must do it for most people. In the original Golden Dawn, people weren't in Neophyte for 6 months. What are you talking about? I was even in modern orders with massive 3-hour tests like the one I was in. I passed out in 30 days. Memorized Hebrew, did all of it, did hundreds of LBRPs, filled out a form for every single one I did. A tremendous amount of work. Did in 30 days. Most people do it in 3 months. 6 months is a bit more common for some people. If you're self-initiating, minimum 6 months to a year. Yeah.
You'll find this in Kabbalah, Magick, etc. The Daily Neophyte formula, which is the Fourfold Breath, the LBRP, the Middle Pillar, and the Neophyte.
Whatever you do, don't do what he's recommending. Don't do what he's recommending. And I would do fourfold breathing into a meditation, into the Neophyte meditation. into meditation 1, as it's called. It's called meditation 1. He's not even giving its right name, meditation 1. And that's a very powerful meditation that you never really want to stop doing. I've never stopped doing it. And then, yeah, LRP, middle pillar. Me and Nick Farrell will debate the longevity of the middle pillar. But again, the middle pillar is not a ritual. It's an exercise that you learn in Philosophus, sort of, and then more in Portal, and has different forms. The modern version by Regardi is very different and is modern magic. It's not GD, technically speaking.
Meditation. Let's briefly go over the middle pillar and Neophyte meditation, and then we will get into the rest of the required reading. These first books really ground a magician.
The Neophyte meditation is great. I have a free version based on the way, as I was teaching Neophyte classes in the mid-90s as a higher grade member, still, I think it was only in Practicus when I started teaching Neophytes, because again, the temple was small at that stage with only like 30, 40 people. You know, eventually we had over 100, and it was getting bigger and bigger when I shut it down. Most people would never in a million years shut down what I shut down, but I shut it down because it was the right thing to do, even though we were getting like 5 to 10 new members a month, and it was just growing. And I was completely top dog, autocratically in charge of it, and I just shut it all down because that was the right thing to do. I was 23. That might give you an understanding of why I knew it was the right thing to do. It wasn't good to hand it off to someone else. People tried to keep it going, and they had to do that by forging my signature on bank documents and corporation documents, stealing a bunch of my property, and then trying to run with it. And oh God, that story just gets darker the more you follow that tale. It ended up with them trying to destroy another Golden Dawn order run by Frater Yeshi. Brutal stuff.
Understanding in Kabbalah. The world of Kabbalah makes a lot more sense once you read these books. The middle pillar is a very powerful and effective ritual for activating the 5 psychic centers.
It's this young thing of people saying, I'm going to ignore everyone who knows more about this than me and declare myself the expert and do what it takes to get people to see me that way. But you're the one who loses, because you lose the chance to ever go through that. And actually imagine all the stuff this guy would learn if he went through a Golden Dawn curriculum and system. Imagine how much he would get out of that. And he probably never will, because he's set himself up as an expert in this modern magic LTC sort of hybrid school that isn't doing the Golden Dawn, but is creating its own thing, which is, again, you create your own thing, but be clear about what you're doing and realize that you're missing an opportunity for the rest of your life. You'll never understand what you're missing. You'll never know what you're missing.
The center column in the body. This ritual is similar to a chakra activation meditation, only it uses the Kabbalistic pattern instead of the Eastern chakras.
Comparing anything we do to chakra activation is just insulting.
System. This is the Kabbalistic tree of life.
No shade on chakra
activators, called
activators.
Sephira, represent stages of universal evolution and, on a smaller scale, human development. Visualizing the tree within oneself links personal powers to the cosmos. Unlike the right and left pillars, the middle pillar goes all the way up to Kether. It is recommended that a magician establish this connection before moving on to more advanced Kabbalistic practices. The Neophyte.
He almost touched accidentally on the purpose of the Neophyte grade right there. He almost hit the nail on the head, but missed. Recommending you make that connection first is definitely important. But he misses it by not saying that this is the purpose of the Neophyte grade. The purpose of the Neophyte grade is that point. The point of Kether, which is a singular point that doesn't really exist except in conception, as this idea of the hermetic monad, the pure goodness that is undefiled by any dirtiness or evil or anything, but it's kind of amorphous. It's beyond us. It's God. It's unattainable, inexpressible, and yeah, that's what we want to connect with, that spark above us, that nous, that holy daimon. But he doesn't say any of that.
Meditation. Let the neophyte consider a point as defined in mathematics.
I actually think, you know what occurs to me, that is the danger of this whole seeing the Golden Dawn system as a journey to the HGA, which it's not. It's, you lose this idea. You place this HGA thing, or this idea that these guys have, down the road, and so you don't start connecting in Neophyte, which is when you need to connect with it. In the ceremony, you connect with it in a very specific way, and you keep that alive by doing all this meditation and ritual work and study and contemplation, and that's what keeps that spark and grows it into flame. That's how it works. That's what's important there. And these guys just seem to, when you place this high premium on the idea of this great accomplishment down the path, you kick the, you don't get to experience the fullness of God right there in the Neophyte grade, which you should have the opportunity to experience that entirely. Yeah.
Having position, but no magnitude.
Tomberg's magician. I don't know who is
to which
Tomberg's
this
magician.
gives rise.
Tomberg's magician. Do you mean Tomberg is a magician? Tomberg's magician. He was a magician. I mean, I don't know what the question is.
Concentrating his faculties on this as a focus, let him endeavor to realize the immanence of the divine throughout nature in all her aspects. Begin by finding a position, balanced but sufficiently comfortable. Breathe rhythmically until the body is still and the mind is...
Let me just say, talking about the Ordre Martiniste Souverain, is that the one? Anyway, every group has drama if you know enough, if you have enough information. Just don't think there's any perfect group out there. There's no perfect group. Humans don't make perfect groups. Hit the ground running with Abramelin. The first arcana of his book. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Though Tomberg's first exercise, concentration without effort, is not the goal of the Neophyte grade. It's a component of magical development, and Tomberg's right to point it out when he does, and it definitely comes into play in our Neophyte practices. But it's not. Concentration without effort is a step towards meditative consciousness and focus, right? But it's not the same as igniting that spark of the divine, your nous, like this divine self.
Is quiet. Keep this state for a few minutes at first, and for longer as you get more used to preventing the mind from wandering. Think now of the subject for meditation in a general way, then choose out one thought or image and follow that to its conclusion. The simplest rhythm for the beginner is the fourfold breath. Having attained this, count the breath thus for 2 or 3 minutes till you feel quiet, then proceed with the meditation. The Neophyte meditation is found in the Neophyte grade papers, a chapter of the Golden Dawn on page 55. Here it is titled The First Meditation. The Neophyte grade papers are on the reading list for this grade. Here are all the required readings. The First Knowledge Lecture, Golden Dawn, pages 50 through 59. Z1, The Enterer of the Threshold, Golden Dawn, pages 331 through 3...
What? Zed, those are given to adepts only. That's explicit even in this book. The guy hasn't even... What?
And yet it's... Now you want to get nuts! Come on! Let's get nuts.
This is insane. Telling neophytes to read Z1 and Z3 is fucking insane. Oh my God. What?
My emotions! My emotions!
The people are retarded.
Okay, I've calmed down now. I memed it out. I meme magicked myself to balance. I'm balanced again. This is just crazy. I want to stop the video right now. I mean, this is crazy. What on earth are you doing? Don't do that. Don't tell people that. Oh my God. They're gonna lead to an entire generation of people who want to do the Golden Dawn, and then if they eventually get to, will have destroyed the entire potential of the experience by reading ahead. And sure, you can still go through the process if you've gone through all the books. You absolutely can. That's what I work with. I work with people who generally have, but then want to go through it, right? Yeah, but stop. What you're meant to take some responsibility for the stuff you tell people, and telling to them to do this is just this is why people think our tradition's so complicated, because of recommending them to read the most complicated papers we have in the beginning before they even understand. Don't make me play a meme again. Okay. Fourfold breathing.
62. Z3, the symbolism of the initiation of the candidate, Golden Dawn pages 363 through 375. The Mystical Kabbalah by Dion Fortune. The Tree of Life by Israel Regardie. The Sacred Magic of Ancient Egypt by Rosemary Clark. Links to all of these are in the description below. Remember how I said that the spheres on the Tree of Life represent stages of universal evolution and, on a smaller scale, human development? Well, you will get to see how this plays out in the Egyptian pantheon of gods by reading a very interesting chapter of Israel Regardie's book, The Tree of Life. The chapter is titled The Gods. You'll find here that each Sephirah corresponds with a unique Egyptian deity. Keter corresponds with Ptah, the father of the beginnings, the great architect of the universe. Keter also corresponds with Amun, the invisible creative power, which was the source of all life in heaven, earth, and the underworld. Amun later manifests in Ra as Amun-Ra. Shokma corresponds with Thoth, as Shokma represents wisdom, and Thoth is
Dude, at least learn how the words are pronounced.
The god of wisdom. Binah corresponds with Isis, the supernal mother, the parent of the universe's first offspring.
Keter, Chokmah, Binah, Chesed, Gevurah, Tiferet, Netzach, Hod, Yesod, Malchut.
Of the ages, ruler of the sky, the sea, and all things on earth. Binah also corresponds with Saturn, the furthest planet the human eye can see. Hesed corresponds with Ma'at.
And as you all know, I say these words different ways, different times, just to let you know it's not the biggest deal in the world. But Chokmah or Shokmah, the wisdom shocked me. It's Chokmah. We have some Kabbalistic jokes. I mean, you know, that Dion, unfortunately, we don't have time for today. But if you come and join my group, my YouTube membership, I have a Zoom hang next Sunday, and you can absolutely attend it and ask questions, and we'll talk about that all there. And I will promise to Chokmah you into greater wisdom.
Physical and moral law, order, truth, cosmic regularity, Jupiter. Gevurah is Horus, Lord of Fire.
See, if he had done the basic Neophyte work of learning the Hebrew alphabet and the transcription we use in the Golden Dawn, right, with the C and the H, now the same as the T versus the TH. We add the H to the T, not to create a th sound, but to differentiate it in English transcription from tet. So tet is T, tav, TH, right? So that's just how we write in English so that we know what Hebrew letter it is. And then as a result, people started saying th. That was the problem with that orthography and transcription method that led to all these weird pronunciations we have. So Chokmah should spell it with an H then. The reason we put a CH for Chokmah is to let you know it's Chet.
Force, Mars. Tiferet is Ra and Osiris. Ra, the divine light and life, the personification of right, truth, goodness, the destroyer of darkness, night, wickedness, and evil. Osiris, the human incarnation of the creative.
Question from Matthias Layton. So the pentagrams in the LBRP drawn in white or gold. DWB, Divine White Brilliance, Spirit, because we're drawing Spirit down into Malkut in the LRP and drawing Spirit from Earth to Spirit for banishing it. But the elemental working in the Golden Dawn is always designated by the color. And so if you're invoking Earth, you're tracing a black pentagram. If you're invoking Spirit, you're tracing a white pentagram. And the LBRP uses white. So does the LRP. Absolutely.
power in the assumption in manhood of the Most High God, an avatar of the Supreme Spirit, the illuminated Adept, symbolizing renewed birth and spiritual resurrection. Soul, the sun. Netzach corresponds with Hathor, the personification of the generative power of nature, perpetually conceiving and creating. Venus. Hud is Anubis. The Greek combination name is Hermanubis, inventor of astrology, geometry, medicine, and botany, reading, writing, and oratory in all its branches. Mercury. Yesod is both Pasht, Bastet, and Shu.
So this is a video where he's explaining what you need to do and know to get through Neophyte. None of this stuff is part of the Neophyte grade. You do not study any of this stuff in the Neophyte grade. It's very important Neophytes don't study this aspect because, okay, one of the reasons is if you take all, and this I've said this a million times, if you take all the stuff from the inner order and give it to Neophytes and lower grade members, then when you go become adepts, you don't have anything to study because you already diluted it and added it to an earlier stage of development. So you never get to look at it with the eyes of an adept, which is how you're meant to look at it, with the full knowledge and experience of all those initiations, struggles, journeys, and lessons that you learned before it. And then you turn your eyes upon it. And that's why the system is so elegantly designed to lead you to certain understandings at certain points. And again, if you change it, you never experience it. And that's fine, but don't think you have experienced it when you haven't.
Pasht Bastet, representing change and perpetual flux. Shu, representing stability and firm foundation, encompassing Luna, the moon. Shu is also the god of the space between the earth and the sky. Seb is Malkut, god of earth. The earth formed his body and was called the house of Seb, just as the air was called house of Shu and the heavens house of Ra. The more you familiarize yourself with the knowledge in these books, the more vibrant, colorful, and full of life your ritual practice will be. And this is really the essence of effective theurgy. The more associations you draw, the clearer your connection will be.
Sounds like the more confusing your connections will be. So throwing all this stuff into a neophyte is going to confuse the hell out of them and really be a distraction from the work they're meant to accomplish. That's why it's not even in the outer order, because would be a distraction from what you actually have to accomplish. And what you have to accomplish in the outer order is not easy. And if you distract yourself by memorizing all these different god forms and colors and names, and we use the Coptic names, like there's a reason this is only done after 5-6. Yeah, we use certain god forms in the self-initiation methods, but very few and at very specific points. Like the neophyte works with Ma'at and Harpocrates, right? Obviously. But to throw all this on the plate and say, oh, the more connections you make, the more random stuff you study from the higher grades, the more you'll accomplish theurgy. It's completely backwards. Question from Angelo. What is your overall opinion of Golden Dawn Kabbalah system? Do you think it's really good, or are you talking about, what do you mean by Golden Dawn Kabbalah system? Kabbalah is a part of the Golden Dawn system.
Firm knowledge of these gods and their attributes will surge your invocations and evocations. Another tool of power is incense. Have you ever gotten a whiff of a human in passing who's wearing the same perfume that one of your ex-relationships wore? It can get really easy to think about that person for the next few minutes. Do not underestimate the power of smell. Understand the power and implement incense. Incense, scent in general, is one of the most powerful add-on tools.
It's funny, the Golden Dawn uses incense as a symbol of fire and purification, but he's making a big deal of it, which is funny because in the Hermetica, one of the very few things it says in the Hermetica is that to use incense or to focus on incense as a method of prayer and ritual is a sacrilege. So incense matters, but if you rely on it, it's a sacrilege.
In your shed for altering your mental state and self-inducing trances. This is a
Angela, okay, clarifying what you said. Yes, it's verses of Kabbalah and how they use it. Again, I'm not sure what your question is. Yeah. I think the biggest problem is people are thinking of Golden Dawn Kabbalah outside of the context it exists in and extrapolating too broadly from it rather than looking at the tradition it comes out of. So, read Johann Reuchlin, understand how Kabbalah influences the Golden Dawn system, how it's used as a map, and that leads into a lot of it later practices with our Christian Shem Angel magic, working with the Shema Mefresh. That comes from Johann Reuchlin's De Arte Kabbalistica, which has been translated. Christian Kabbalah versus more trad Kabbalah. Again, what's the question? Again, I don't see a question. Like, as a magic system, what is the question of how they use it? And Christian versus trad Kabbalah. I mean, Kabbalah is Jewish. Christian Kabbalah is Christianized Jewish Kabbalah. But what's the question? I don't know what the question is. Sorry. It's been a long one today, so maybe I'm just not, my brain's calcifying.
Universe of correspondences.
I'd love to know, though,
there is
what
a
your
scent
question
for
is.
every sephira on the Tree of Life. Keter is sandalwood. Chokmah is musk. Banah is myrrh. Chesed is cedar. Gevurah is basil and dragon's blood. Tiferet is frankincense and cinnamon. Netzach is rose. Hod is lavender. Yesod is jasmine. Malkut is patchouli.
There's lots of correspondence systems for scents and things like that. I wouldn't, yeah,
We have now covered the daily rituals, the required reading, and one optional implement. Next, we go into the additional exercises, starting.
So completely skip the daily rhythms of the Neophyte grade because he doesn't know that they exist.
With the 4 adorations. This is an exercise that will simultaneously familiarize you with a few Egyptian deities while
The 4 adorations? What is this?
orienting your physical body to the sun. To learn how to perform the 4 adorations, I recommend my video on the 4 adorations. The daily tarot meditation is the second.
Wait, is his 4 adorations the Thelemic Liber Resh? I think so. He's pushing Thelema into the Golden Dawn. These people, man. Jesus. It's like, I tricked you. We're going to make you do Crowley's religion. Ha ha.
Additional exercise. Each morning, take a traditional weight tarot deck and shuffle it with the intention of drawing a card that will highlight a
Tarot contemplation's fun. In the Golden Dawn, traditionally, it comes later on. Most of us keep it in Neophyte because training scrying is very important. A lot of us think that should have begun earlier. So scrying training is often moved to earlier grades now by a lot of us. Tarot contemplation meditation, though, is traditionally just not there. It's not there because it's not part of the main work of the Neophyte. But again, a lot of us think that it's vital to begin it as early as possible.
significant spiritual theme for the day. Focus solely on this intention as you shuffle. Then draw a single card. Gaze at the card for a few moments without analyzing its meaning. Simply allow yourself to feel any reactions or impressions, amplifying them if they arise. Imagine the card as a window or doorway, or envision yourself breathing in the essence of the scene. If you wish, you may use the card for occasional divination, asking for insight on a specific situation as you shuffle. Leave the card out in a visible spot throughout the day or night, and return to it later to see if further reflections or insights have emerged about the card's message or your spiritual journey. Silence exercises. The spirit of the Neophyte grade is embodied in silence, which is essential both for external.
Yeah, it's like close but no cigar. He gives you the tarot meditation, but not the mechanisms that will allow you to train yourself as a scryer and as a sensitive person who might develop some psychical skills. So he doesn't know what the operative mechanism is in the tarot contemplation. And the silence exercises, again, he's missing the main point. I know he's going to miss the main point here. He's already missed it. There's a really big thing staring you in the face in Neophyte. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get it.
Internal protection and for cultivating internal focus. Practicing silence not only creates a shield for your ritual work, but also helps to keep your goals inwardly directed. Try these exercises to support this process. Topic restriction.
He missed it. He missed it, man. Any Golden Dawn person wouldn't miss that. No neophyte would miss this. It just shows no attention paid to the system. Just none. This is the most... I'm all worn out of emotions. I really was expecting him to grapple deeper with some of these practices and really show signs of having done them in a way that resulted in unique insight. And I'm not seeing that. That's what's most disappointing sort of for me about this. Yeah.
For 1 month, preferably as you begin, refrain from
You're here now.
discussing
That's all that
topics
matters.
such as magic, the occult, philosophy, psychology, mysticism, religion, anything like that. Don't discuss it with others. Deep listening for 1
He just don't discuss it with others. Don't discuss it. Just topic restriction. Don't discuss it. Stay in my echo chamber. Stay in my echo chamber. Yeah, he doesn't know what's GD and what is Crowley. Exactly. There's a big problem these days, even with just with everyone. Yeah. And OTO and Thelemics especially think that their understanding of the Golden Dawn is the true understanding of the Golden Dawn, because Crowley Crowley intentionally wanted to mislead people. That's the thing he liked to do. And if you were stupid enough to be tricked by him, then he thought you didn't deserve to know the truth. Crowley really championed that point of view, which is a very misanthropic point of view, if you ask me.
1 month, make an effort to say very little during conversations. Focus on listening well. Really think about what the other person is saying instead
how'd that
of
work
just
out for
thinking
Crowley?
about what you're going to say next. When it's your turn to speak, rather than sharing your experiences or opinions,
What's astrology for divination? Brian, I'd like to know. What is that? Do you mean astrology?
ask more about
You
the
must
other
mean
person.
astrology.
If prompted to discuss your own views, offer minimal detail and kindly shift the focus back to their interests. In addition,
Yeah, that's a very common manipulation tactic to use on people, and that's why Crowley recommended it, was to train you how to control. It's so gross.
to everything that we have already covered, there are written assignments, the
They're
outline of
knuckle
the
bones.
Neophyte
Interesting.
ritual.
Cool.
There are diary assignments. Every magician gets to craft their own magical motto. There are projects, the Compendium of Gods, labeling the Tree of Life and making the Neophyte Temple diagrams. A few other optional implements worth noting are the robe, the lamp, and the book. This list
There's no lamp that's necessary. I mean, it's good to have the 4 elements on your altar, and you can have a red lamp to represent fire, a rose or incense to represent air, cup of water, a plate with salt or bread to represent earth.
will be explained and expanded in either a part 2 video or a very, very long, all-encompassing guide to the Neophyte grade video. If you have questions about any of the information we have covered, ask away in the comments. Once again, question answering videos are coming back. As for right now, I leave you to the first knowledge lecture. Neophyte.
If I only had a Mindy Kaling meme from The Office of doing, how dare you? I have a question. How dare you? Anyway.
Grade papers. First knowledge lecture. 1. The 4 elements.
It's the highlights of the first knowledge lecture. It's not the first knowledge lecture. And that's, again, another change with the weird 7th edition version that doesn't call things, that change things intentionally to make them less accurate. Like it put checkered tiled floors in our temples. None of the previous Regardie Golden Dawn books said that because we don't have checkered tiled floors traditionally in our temples. But John Michael Greer decided to add that in. The consultants, Golden Dawn leaders and scholars who said, don't do that, it's not there. He said, I don't care, I want it there. And so they were like, please take my name off as a consultant. But they were like, it's too late. You're on there as a consultant. So a bunch of us were like asking some other Golden Dawn chiefs, why did you consult on this book and yet all these errors ended up? And they're like, yeah, they overruled us. They said, we want to change it. We want to add things that aren't true. It makes no sense.
Of the ancient.
Yeah, I like the psychedelic checkered floors. They do look cool, but it was very odd because I noticed what a distraction they were throughout my years. And the fact that Hierophant never mentions them. He mentions the pillars, which are black and white, and says why they're like that, but doesn't mention the checkered floors because they're not supposed to be there. They're a distraction and they prevent you from having the sort of sensory deprivation that you want in a Golden Dawn temple so that your astral psychic senses can develop.
Are duplicated conditions of heat and dryness, fire, heat and moisture, air, cold and dry.
Thelema probably has me doing everything wrong, you say. Crowley expecting me to guess what he's lying about is not helpful. Yeah, I know Crowley's like that. But Thelema doesn't have you doing things wrong. Thelema has you doing Thelema. It's not wrong, it's Thelema. And that's fine for what it is.
Dryness, earth, cold and moisture, water. 2. The signs of the zodiac are 12. 1. Aries the ram. 2. Taurus the bull. 3. Gemini the twins. 4. Cancer the crab. 5. Leo the lion.
That's Crowley for you.
6. Virgo the virgin. 7. Libra the scales. 8. Zodiac. To the ancients, 6 planets were known besides the sun, which they classed.
To go through the highlights of Knowledge Lecture 1.
Neptune. The effect of Cauda Draconis is similar to that of Uranus. The old planets are Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sol, Venus, Mercury, Luna, the Moon. 4. The Hebrew alphabet is given on page 53. Each letter represents a number and has also a meaning. 5 letters have a different shape when written at the end of a word and also a different number. Mem final. Of these finals, mem is distinguished by being the only oblong letter. The other 4, kaf, nun, pe, tsadi, have tails which should come below the line as shown. Hebrew and Chaldee letters are written from right to left. The Hebrew Kabbalists referred the highest and most abstract ideas to the emanations of deity or Sephiroth. They made them 10 in number. Each one is a Sephirah, and when arranged in a certain manner, they form the tree of life. Hebrew letters are holy symbols. They should be carefully drawn and square. The Sephiroth are 1. Keter, the crown. 2. Shokma, wisdom. 3. Banah, understanding. 4. Chesed, mercy. 5. Gebura, severity. 6. Tifereth, beauty. 7. Netzach, victory. 8. Hod, glory. 9.
And in the personality on the tree of life, when you have do that, desire is in Netzach, so you can remember that because desire is in your Netzach.
9. Yesod, the foundation. 10. Malkut, the kingdom. 1. Note by JMG. Herschel was at one point an alternate name for Uranus. 2. Note by JMG. Chaldee, also known as Aramaic, is a language related to Hebrew and used in some Kabbalistic writings.
Yeah, Chaldean is what Aramaic was called up until the early 20th century. So if you look in a library, you'll see a lexicon of Hebrew and Chaldaic. and that they mean Hebrew and Aramaic. But yeah, it's not Chaldean isn't the best word for Aramaic, but it was the word that was used for a long time. Brian, what do you got to say? But then some I'm not talking about bones. Okay.
The dagesh, or pointing, which represents the vowel sounds in modern Hebrew script, is not given. It was a later invention to standardize pronunciation and is described in Hebrew grammars. Pause text. For this portion of text that covers the Hebrew alphabet, I will be vocalizing the names only, as vocalizing this entire sprawling spreadsheet could ring audibly monotonous. Resume text. The Hebrew alphabet.
Resume text? What is he saying? What? Pause text? Resume text? What is that? That makes it sound like it is AI, though we know it's a real person. But you read the instructions. It sounds like you read the teleprompter instructions, like hold for pause. No, you're not meant to say that. It's what's that? I don't know.
Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Wow, Zayin, Het,
Editing.
Tet,
That happens.
Yod, Kaf, Lamed, Mem, Nun,
Alabed,
Samek,
Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Vav,
Ayin,
Zayin, Het, Tet, Yod,
Pei,
Kaf, Lamed, Nun,
Tzadi,
Samakan, Pei, Tzadi,
Kaf,
Kof, Resh, Shin, Tav.
Resh, Shin, Tau. Note by Regardi. Readers of the above who have...
Oh, pause text. Is it an AI prompt? Was that an AI prompt? Oh, is this AI? Writing? Could be. Though I don't think so, because he started his channel, but maybe. I don't know. Who cares? Who cares? Who knows? Who cares?
Perused my Tree of Life and Garden of Pomegranates will note the difference in Hebrew pronunciation. And in order to avoid any further confusion, an explanatory note must here be added. As is true of every language, in Hebrew there are several quite distinct dialects. There are, however, two principal ones which should be mentioned. The Ashkenazic, a dialect mostly in employment in Germany, Poland, and Russia, and the Sephardic used in Spain, Portugal, and the Mediterranean generally. Now, since the Kabbalah attained its prominence in Spain, most Kabbalists have employed the Sephardic dialect.
Sorry. Regardi wrote that. He put that in his book when he published in 1935, because that's where Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews mostly were. But since 1935, there ain't so many Ashkenazi Jews in Germany and Poland now, are there? So maybe that would have been something to update in the book by John Michael Greer. Just take account of the whole, Holocaust thing.
Dialect. Personally, I have found that the Ashkenazic dialect answers more nearly than the other to the requirements of transliteration into English, and many problems that have...
See, he's saying like this, like it's his own words, but this is not his own words. This is he's not citing his sources. So this is a little worse than I thought it would be. Sorry. The thing that's great about amateur mages is with amateur mages, you have someone who's seriously working magic. Seriously, he's done the Abramelin. He's done a lot of stuff. He's really wrestling with material. That's why he was so keen to come on and talk, because he's doing the work. Here, I don't see that happening. Or you wouldn't be just regurgitating these things verbatim without any critical thought or understanding of what you're actually saying.
Assailed modern students would have been non-existent had they known of the pronunciation which I employed in my former works. Actually, however, students must discover which of these two suits his own personal predilection and answers to the necessity imposed by the results of study and experience.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about Hebrew dialects. That's a concern Israel Regardi clearly had as a Jewish man prior to the World War II. These days, We have Israel, which is a thing now, and Hebrew's a living spoken language again. So like things like words like Gevura, Gebura would have been pronounced, but vowel shiftings and consonant shiftings from hard to soft is very common. And so ba to va to ba, and back and forth. Plus you have the dual letter sounds for the double letters. But yeah, don't worry about dialects at all. Rigardi's just addressing that because in his book, The Tree of Life, he wrote Kesser instead of Keter, right? And he wanted to address that so that his readership would know. But again, this is 1935, so things have changed since then.
The order teaching employs the Sephardic pronunciation, and I have not ventured to interfere with that in any way at all. I simply mention the matter here to render impossible the likelihood of confusion arising. Thank you for watching.
Sorry, if you appreciate all my hard work, join my channel. Join my free cyber guild. Go to hermeticmysteryschool.com. There's free lessons and meditations out there. There's all kinds of good stuff for you. I'm very active. I teach full time. I do a lot of stuff. We have events coming up in Austin, Texas that you can attend also online. Got payment plans now in place for that finally. And yeah, I will do another one of these soon. It's 4.5 hours. So if you can super chat or donate in the tip button under the video, that would be much appreciated. But mainly also, if you can't, just like and comment or like a bunch of my videos. That changes my fate in the algorithm. You can change a creator's life by just liking their videos these days. That's the new algo for you. So you can show your support that way. And this has been a lot of fun. I mean, it was less fun than I thought it would be, but you guys make it more fun. And I don't even know if I'd want to talk to this guy. Like if he's just regurgitating stuff uncritically, at least with amateur mages, he has strong opinions. He's like, this is what they're saying, but they're fucking wrong. They're fucking wrong. He's very explicit as a New Yorker, of course. And that draws out my musician side that's a bit more vulgar, which I try to keep under wraps and stay in a clerical point of view. But yeah. Oh shit. This is still going on. Awesome. I keep checking in on my smoke breaks. Can't wait to listen to it. You're welcome, brother. Yeah, I will have a slightly edited version of this up on the podcast tonight on the RSS feed. If you want to help me out also, yeah, go to Spotify and iTunes, podcast iTunes. Give me reviews there. Give me good reviews there to fight back against the haters. All reviews help, though, even the hateful ones. But yeah, I'm glad you had fun. I'm glad you all had fun with me today. It was a fun day, and I slightly have a headache now, so I'm going to go for a walk on the beach probably and have a healthy evening now that I've stared at a screen for 4.5 hours. That is unless God, I have so much to do. Big news coming this week. Stay tuned. Join the subscriptions, join the email lists, get involved. Druidcraft Tarot review done. I actually have been using that deck, but I'm doing spring cleaning. We have every year in Canada where I live, we have a spring cleaning necessitated by the fact that they inspect our homes, and if they can find any reason to evict you, they will, so that they can jack up the rent for the next person. So every year in Canada, we have to prove our worthiness to have the right to not be thrown onto the street, and they look for anything. So all that stuff's put away, and I have to go through a major, it's like demanding. Imagine if you had to do 300 hours of labor every year to be allowed to keep paying rent. That's what we go through here every year. And it's brutal because they look for any reason they can. And we've had to fight them with lawyers in the past, or I haven't, but my mom and sister did before my sister died. So there's lots of things that are put away that I don't have access to right now. But I do have some fun things, actually. Like we could wrap up with a little bit of show and tell here. I think I have a couple fun things I dragged up from the abyss of my storage lockers downstairs. Let's see what papers we have. Let's see what we got. We got some papers. It's mostly papers. Oh yeah, so this is the paper I'll be basing my big workshop on in Austin, Texas this year. This is a paper, the first Adeptus paper I delivered as a young adept back in the year 2001. The 7 deadly spiritual sins. So it's reframed now as Cliffoth theurgy. And it's based on the 30 years of experience I've had since I wrote this and delivered it to the Second Order. And it looks at the tunnels of Set. It's a guiding you through the 7 sins and the shells of the Qliphoth, using as a guide the spiritual methodologies and insights of St. John of the Cross. So it's a way of dealing with some of the greatest struggles you face as a practicing magician. It's because the sins are not interpreted the way you would think they are at all. And the insights we get by looking at the tunnels of Set and the Qliphoth in the Golden Dawn related systems are very interesting. And of course, I have a unique original translation. I have the first ever segment of translation into English from the Book of Horns that I've done myself. So you get people who attend that will get to see a little fragment of the Book of Horns, never translated into English before, translated by me. It won't be as exciting and dramatic as you think it will be, but it's still pretty cool. I will never, of course, be translating the entire book, but I hope some fluent native Hebrew rabbi, Jewish person does one day, because it would be a big seller. Just landed on your bookshelf. Cool. You left your Ouija board in a okay. Yeah, so there's something. I think there's a few other papers. Oh, yes, I found something that I promised years ago to do. So when I first tried to start a podcast, it fell apart. I kept getting locked out because I was signing into the podcast platforms through Facebook accounts that were using a Frater RC Facebook, and they kept getting shut down and locked out because people kept mob flagging me and saying it wasn't my real name, and therefore I kept losing access to my Facebooks and all the businesses I tried to build on them, and that was rough. But originally on my podcast, I covered these books by Dion Fortune. This is the original duotang in which I submitted 6 book reports on Dion Fortune when I was in grade 10. And so they're grade 10 level book reports. But this is me as a just before or just after I got initiated into Neophyte. And so I promised back in 2018 to one day read through these with a British accent or some sort of silly accent, and then comment on my old 15-year-old self's book reports about Dion Fortune. So I will do that. And is there one last thing I could show you? Oh yeah, I found the first volume of my unpublished poetry, which I will put out at some point soon. I'll leave you with a poem. All right, this is a long one, so here we'll leave you with a slightly longer poem. I thought this poem was longer, but maybe it's not. It's a long one. It's called "Oh Sweet Melancholy." Written in Vienna, June 23rd, 1997. Come join the wonderful game. Melancholy by name is he who takes back his first step, his attack, and turns his head away. He does not what he may, but cowers back, and how the people curse him now. This was his fate, he knew, for only a faithful few could see him, but would not ask about his melancholy mask. His life was a morbid question, a questing for redemption, but was that his folly, his sullen melancholy? Drunken in depression, in a blanket of regression, his soul screamed in darkness, bleeding in cold weakness, he fell into nothing, a nothing that was something. Awaken to the glory-filled day, do not shrink again away, but hear the sparrow's song, see the spring bubbling along. To see life without shadow, all things covered by the sun's glow. Is this a dream, he thought, this world which pleasures brought? It cannot be, said him to me. You cannot ever forget me. He delved under in his soul, there was a thunder, receding into melancholy like the green poison holly, sitting, staying, waiting there, between dark corners of despair. If you like my poetry, that was 15-year-old, 16-year-old me in Zelator. I'll put out a book soon. Thanks everyone for being here. Cosmic Doctrine, Blavatsky. I'm never going to cover Blavatsky. I finished with Blavatsky in the a long time ago. I'm done with that stuff. Rose of Flame. Thank you. Haha. Sick. Brian M. It's the Maple Leaf State Canada cancel. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right, everybody. This has been a pleasure. Like and subscribe. Share the show with your friends. Have a good day. Get out there. Have a great week. Enjoy the beautiful weather if you have it. And if you don't, stay inside and meditate. Do ritual work. And check out my Hermetic Mystery School if you want. There'll be lots more to come. We're going to have a lot of fun. It's going to be a good year. It already is a good year. It's going to be a great year. Much love. Light in extension.
The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnochiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com.